Hey there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for putting in some wows in at wow time. Welcome to Hamburg. That Air New Zealand's kind of a long way from home, I think. Hope you got your good scenery all set up and you're all ready to go. We've got the A300 and it just got updated.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Hey there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for coming in today. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good Tuesday and Wednesday. Did you get your Navigraph data updated? Yep, today is Navigraph Day. Let's see, in the middle of all of that, Slutty Bart welcoming us to Hamburg and also doing a nice little resub too. Hey there, Slutty Bart. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming on in today. Sunjammer's here too. Hi, T-Bird. Welcome aboard. Atlas Systems, thank you for coming on in. There is
Top
Blue
clearance granted,
Idol,
Agent.
just did a resub
Loyalty
too. Slutty Bart
noted.
has been here for 53 weeks. And welcome aboard, and thank you for coming in, and thank you for the nice resub. And Blue Idol has been here for 53 weeks? No, months. Months, yeah, months, not weeks. Yeah, it's 53 months. Weeks? Blue Idol has been here, though, for 19 months. Thank you for the nice resubs. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming on in. This is a bigger VATSIM event. This is Hamburg. Hamburg's a little on the busy side, too. So if you're planning on flying along with us on this flight today, this is one of those where you need to know your airplane pretty good and be ready to wait a little bit, too. They are using CPDLC. And guess what? CPDLC is embedded in the A300, which should be good. Loviz is checking in with us today from the real world, about ready to hop aboard a real world A319. What a cool little airplane that is, too. Happy, safe travels there, Loviz. I hope you're having a really good time on your trip.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Cubistica 98. I hope I said that right. I feel like I always mess that one up. But thank you for a really nice resub. Thanks for some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Yeah, Loviz is going to be American Airlines Flight 2132. An A319, so the sporty little Airbus is the term that I'm using. Woke up to a nice little surprise today. It is snowing again here in Big Sky Country. Just a little bit on the ground here. Probably a couple of feet of snow, though, possible in some of the mountains. So even though the calendar says April, it is still, snowy here, which means it's perfect weather to hop into airplanes with your best friends and do some flying. So we've got some nice flights today. We're also departing out of Barranquilla today, going to Medellin, and Norfolk to Islip. I figured that would be a nice little challenge. Actually, I didn't figure that. It was Mikey Maz is our dispatcher this week. And so we've got some really good flights, including some challenging approaches and landings, too. So we've got that going on. Plus, we're all kind of sitting here, holding our breath, kind of waiting to see when's that 777 going to come out. PMDG says that any time now, the 777-200ER could be coming out, and I believe it comes out for both simulators, so it could be a really nice cross the pond airplane. So we're keeping a close eye on that, and just making sure, if you haven't, you might want to go and launch your PMDG Ops Center and make sure you get updated. I think it's version number 3 now.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent.
I think it's number 3. I think it's number 3. Andy just did a nice resub for 2 months, too. Welcome, Andy. Andy, thank you for a nice resub and some great jet fuel in the flight plan. Welcome on in. So here we are. We are here in Hamburg, and it should be a fairly nice flight today up to Aalborg. It's been a little bit soggy here. So one thing is in with your airplanes and all, be sure to be ready with a little bit of anti-ice too. PMDG has Tim Dog says they've added the 777-300 ER to the Ops Center. I think that's on the 200 side, right? That's for Flight Sim 2020. I think those are there. I started mine up the other day, so there we go. Hi, Dad. Game time. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. I've already come on over here and imported my flight plan from SimBrief. I've gone over to Ground Gear. I've detached the covers. Sadly, they don't have stairways for these airplanes. So, you could go ahead and open a couple of doors, but there's just not going to be a stairway or anything. I think maybe GSX would give you some stairways, but I don't know how to do that. Wesley, it was Loviz that went and did some of the research and stuff and found out that Lufty was one of the first airlines to have the A300. And I think this was their livery, when they started flying, being, even if not the launch customer, very close to being, one of the top customers for this. So, that was pretty cool, I thought. Let's see here. I'm just having a look to see.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted,
just
agent.
Looking over to
Loyalty
see.
noted.
What on earth? Okay, so that's over there, and there's the chat window. Okay, that was Mountain Man. Hi, Mountain Man. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by. Mountain Man has been subscribing for 44 months, and thank you for that. Really appreciate you coming in. Mountain Man is also really, really, really close to hopping in a real-world airplane and doing a cross the pond. Cross the pond. Cross country, not really cross the pond. That's coming someday, I'm sure. But thank you so much. Yeah, a 44-month streak. We've got lots of streaking going on here. So I'm going to just go ahead and open those doors. I've also got a ground power unit. And we're going to go ahead and turn it on now. Mountain Man, thank you for being here. Good luck on that cross-country flight that you're working on. Can't wait to hear all about it. Mountain Man's already also taken the real-world cross-country flight and plugged it into Flight Sim and used that as a little bit of a training thing. Hi, Wheelchair Gamer. How do they load and unload these type of aircraft because there's no forklift fit? No clue on that. Let's see, today is the 17th. That is an odd day. So nav and logo like system number 1. So we got that going on.
Top clearance granted, agent.
And we're going to go ahead and
noted.
arm the emergency exit lights. That's important.
Subscriber confirmed.
Hey, Martin
clearance
just came in
granted,
with a
agent.
nice resub today.
Loyalty
Hey, Martin,
noted.
thank you for a nice resub today. Martin has been here. Martin didn't resub. Martin gifted a sub. Thank you so much. Thanks for being really nice and gifting a sub. Not everybody can afford a sub, so I always try and make sure that I say thank you for doing that. That really is nice that you'll do those. What else did I miss? I'm not sure about forklift and stuff on these things. I don't know. Okay, airplane's coming to life here. Let's see, it's pretty cold. Let's go ahead and get the windshield heaters on. Those are one of the things that I guess they turn on first thing. And let's go, and we need to go to menu. And we go to ACARS up here, and then go and get everything from SimBrief. Thank you, Martin. Super nice of you. And clear these guys out. And then at that point, look up here and make sure that's correct. And now we can come up here. And let's come on up here. AZ wants to do this. Okay, hang on. Yeah, I can't. Hang on. I'm in the wrong window. Okay. Let's see if that works. Sorry, the permitting thing I have to, that's on another window and everything. Okay, let's come on up here. And we're gonna go and do heading and status, nav. Okay, that looks good. And nav. Now then, there's also gonna be some oxygen that we need to turn on down here. And there's oxygen passenger supplies. We got to be sure and turn on oxygen on this airplane. Otherwise, that breathing thing and stuff. Passengers, I understand, get a little testy if you don't do that. The boss gets upset too. Okay, so all of this looks really good. And airplanes coming in. And this is looking good too. So now we'll align and clear that. Okay, now then, we really ought to get a clearance. This is Hamburg. It could be busy. So what we're going to go down here to do now is do ACARS main, air operations, and pre-flight. Okay, and our facility is going to be Hamburg. So that's EDDH, EDDH. That goes on the top line. Departure, EDDH. Our destination is Aalborg, EKYT. EKYT. Our gate, we are at gate 53, stand 53. And EDDH ATIS. Hamburg ATIS is information Juliet. So Juliet goes right there. And then after you fill all of that in, hey, Impossible Face, welcome on in. Hit send. Okay, and there is our, we've requested our pre-departure clearance there. Up there goes the Swiss. Okay, all this looks good. And then I'm going to go flip on one fuel pump, an inner pump. And since we're going to be welcoming passengers aboard, we'll start the APU and get some ventilation going on. And all that looks good. So we got some doors open. Now we can go, and I've already loaded the flight plan. Yep, we got that done. So weight and balance. Let's update from SimBrief. So that's the current, and now we'll just apply the load to the airplane. And that should do it. And there's also going to be a little time clock that shows up at the top there. You could click that if you don't want to wait 5 minutes for fueling, but that's cool. Okay, as it is Easter, we should go to Christchurch. I looked at the flight plan. I'm not sure exactly what that plan is for. 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure exactly what our plan is there. I'm not here. Oh, no wonder I can't hear the airplane. I had the airplane sound turned off. There would have been a reason why we couldn't hear the airplane. You actually have to have the sound turned on. And turn that down. And we'll turn this down. Uh-oh, look at this. This is our request pre-departure clearance. And we've got something here. Wonder what this is. Request being processed. Please stand by. I am not going to stand by. I will sit by, but I will not stand by. I do have my standards here. Okay, plane's loaded. Let's do 0 fuel weight, just as though it were if it were going to be a cargo flight. So 0 fuel weight. Uh-oh. ATC message. Let's see if we got our clearance. And we can't see it there. We have to look down here. Okay, there is our next one. Oh, looks like we're cleared. Holy moly, look at that. Lufthansa Flight 441 is cleared to EKYT off of runway 33. That's the runway we were planning, runway 33. We're going to do the SKO 1 Golf. SKO 1 Golf. Our squawk is 2520. 2520. Next frequency is 121.805. 121.805. Not 905. 805. There we go. And then I think there's going to be another page. So we need to go to next page. ATIS Juliet, report ready on 121.805. Our flight plan appears to be approved. All is right with the world. I'm going to roger this and send my Wilco. Okay, there's my Wilco in. So we got our flight plan in, and that worked pretty. Ryanair just up ahead. Kind of can't wait for the iFly 737 MAX to come to Flight Simulator 2024. Hint, hint. Okay. Let's come on down here and do page 2. The 0 fuel weight is going to be 113.31. 113.31, and that goes in there. Oh, Okay, let's go ahead and set this back up. Okay, 113.31. There we go. Our center of gravity is over here, 28.3. 28.3 is our center of gravity. Now my guess is we're probably still fueling the airplane. We're at 12.8. Well, the little clock thing is stopped, so I guess we're fueled. We've got fuel aboard, and our fuel is 12.8. 12.8 goes in block fuel. That's good. Atlas system, I don't know what that one. Sorry about that, Atlas system. GT Boy is here with Beer Cheers. Welcome aboard. Off-world, are there any runways on the Easter Islands? I'm trying desperately to come up with a bunny comment, but I don't think I've got one for you. I don't think I do, but welcome. VFR flight plan, let's put our numbers in. So fuel, taxi fuel, 0.748. 0.748. We use a lot more taxi fuel in this airplane than we do in the modern Airbuses, that's for sure. Okay, the next thing we want is our contingency. The 15 minutes is 1.29. 1.29. Our alternate fuel is 2.57. 2.57 is alternate. And final reserve 2.2 is 30 minutes. Here it says 2.1. Let's just leave it alone, and that'll be great for us. Cool. Oh, is that a Gen Z thing? I'm one of those actually where I don't actually think you know how there's boomers and Gen X and Gen Z and Gen whatever. I'm actually, mine is, I'm kind of in a no man's land. Not really the boomer, not the Gen X. So I'm like nothing in my world. Okay, let's see. We're going to use runway 33. We got our clearance. It's going to be the SKO 1 Golf. SKO 1 Golf. There it is right there. And there's no exit out and insert. Cool. Millennials use that too. So if I use it, that's SKO, that's Atlas system. I mean, that's what it was. I mean, I haven't gone into Navigraph to get stuff yet. So Hamburg, airports. Let's get stands. Let's get the airport, and let's get the departure, which is SKO 1 Golf. Here it is, SKO 1 Golf. That's it right there. I really like this interface, is so friendly and it works. So here it is. So SKBQ, not SKO, SKBQ. I'm mispronouncing it. So I'm doing it wrong, Atlas system. So SKBQ, we come off the runway, we make a cute little turn, and out we go. Initial climb clearance, 5,000 feet. We're in Germany. You do not want to burst through that. So 5,000 feet. Possible phase. We are in this is the Innie belts. It just got an update. I think it got an update today. So it got a great little update today. I have no idea. Polyot is, I believe it might be test day. You know, Polyot is taking classes for some advancement in his real world career. I think it might be like test day or something today. I think there's like a test every week on Thursdays or Fridays. I forget which, but I think it's that. Jay at the UA, welcome aboard. Okay, we're expecting 26 right, ILS 26 right, and I think I looked at EKYT for our transition, and there's no stars coming in. Okay, Hotel, welcome aboard. Okay, that looks good. Okay, that looks good. APU is up and running. Uh-oh. I did that wrong. I went and messed up my upper panel view. There we go. I needed to turn on the APU bleed. Because we can't hear ourselves over all of the fans in this airplane, right? Hi, Dulce Skites. Welcome aboard. Let's see. Dulce Skites is going to an airport, Almaty, in Kazakhstan, in the Antonov today. There are no stars because it's too cloudy. See, there you go. It's too cloudy. Okay, altimeter is 1010. So 1010 on the old altimeter here. That looks good. I'm just going to make sure that my throttles all appear to be working. My throttles do not appear. Let's just go and do a quick calibration here. Let's do a throttle calibration and see. Okay, there's max reverse. Oh, let's just do it. Let's start it. Set max reverse. There we go. Set idle reverse. Set idle reverse. Set idle. Set toga. There we go. There we go. All right. I haven't been in the passenger version of this plane, so I figured we ought to do that one. Okay, let's go to EKYT. And there is no star, but there is an approach, and it's going to be the ILS 26 right. ILS 26 right. There we go. Yeah, and I picked EUTIC. There we go. And airports, we need... There's airport, and then there's parking stands. And now we got all of our little things that we need. Okay, that all looks good. And I think we just got a ATC message. And let's see, that was my Wilco. ATC request status. Acknowledge. Now, I sent it. I sent it. I sent that. Revert to voice. I sent this. Return. Wilco. Yep, there it is. It was sent. I know I did it. So nanny, nanny, nana. Is that that's an official ATC term, right? Nanny, nanny, nana, I guess. Okay. Well, we got to go and get on delivery. 121.805. So tuning 121.805. I'm going to turn that down just a bit and turn that up just a bit. Okay, so far so good. Sorta. Let's. Oh, I did not put in the arrival. Oh, we did. Yep, I put in the arrival. That looks great. So we did weight and balance. We did flight plan. Now we got to do takeoff and approach. Let's do ground gear. How about we close our doors? There goes our doors closing. Okay, that looks nice. Oh, you know what we ought to do? We had to use GSX for our, we had to use GSX for pushback. External power off. There we go. That looks good. Doors are closed, so seatbelts need to go on.
Guten Abend. Requesting high clearance service to Helsinki, stand 6 to
Hey, Jack. I hope I said hi when you came in. Welcome, welcome. Okay, all of this looks good.
SKMD 9 Hotel Papa, ground, roger, call you back.
Okay, let's go and do 121.805.
Startup approved for pushback contact apron on 121.705.
121.805. Oh, we did get a squawk code, 2520.
Thank you, bye.
2520.
SKMD 9 Hotel Papa, you cleared to Helsinki via Lugak 3 Golf departure flight plan route. Climb your slip to altitude 5,000 feet, squawk 2502.
All right, I think we're almost ready to get going.
Clear to Helsinki by the Lugak 3 Golf departure, climb by slip 5,000 feet, squawk 2502. SKMD 9 Hotel Papa.
SKMD 9 Hotel Papa, read back correct.
I think it's almost time to go. Okay, we got to just at least check in with them because they didn't get my acknowledgement.
Hearings 24 Charlie, information Juliet, startup approved for pushback contact apron 121.705. And approved for pushback contact apron 121.705.
We're at stand 53 with information Juliet. Hamburg delivery, Guten Abend from Lufthansa 441. We're the A300 out at stand 53. We got an initial clearance through CPDLC, but it stopped working for us there. So we thought we'd check in before calling for push and start.
With the 441, yeah, I sent you a clearance, but it says it failed somehow. I can just read you your clearance again.
We were cleared off of runway 33, the SKO 1 Golf, and squawking 2520.
The 441, that's correct. Confirm you're ready for a push.
In just a sec, thought we'd check in with you just before to make sure everything was good. We'll give you a quick call, Lufthansa 441.
Roger.
Okay, let's go ahead, and everything's ready to go. I think. Let's go to ground gear. All of our doors are closed. Our parking brakes are on. I'm going to remove my chocks.
Number 2 for startup.
Let's do arm all doors. Doors are armed for departure. And let's come over here and do our numbers and see if GSX will do its thing for us. Runway 33, sync the weather. Let's come on down here. Let's hit calculate. And we're going to flex to 63 degrees. So pitch trim, yaw dampers, auto thrust system, and flexing to 63 degrees. So auto, flex, 63. 63, right? Yep, 63. Now we need our landing altitude. Otherwise, we'll burst everybody's eardrums or something like that. And then have to fill out a bunch of paperwork. Oh, wow, look at that. 8 feet above sea level at Aalborg. I don't think we have to worry about the landing altitude, landing elevation on that. And here we all are here. Okay, that looks good. Let's do our speeds. So 153, 163, and 166. 153, 163, and 166. The V2 goes up here. We were cleared to 5,000 feet, I believe. Does short-term memory work today? Maybe not. Let's just make sure. There's no broom in this cockpit right now, but it's always good to check. 5,000 feet. Better to check than humiliate yourself in front of VATSIM Germany. Okay, everything else is looking good there. Heading off the runway. We're departing on runway 33. So that means its heading is 329 degrees. So 329 over here on the heading selector. 329. Boy, that number just spins around. 329. I think it's almost time. Speed, altitude, all that looks good. All this looks good. I think we're ready to... Seatbelts are on. No smoking's on. Let's get the rest of our fuel pumps on. Fuel pumps going on. And let's go and get these guys on. I think we're ready to go. Hi, Will. Welcome aboard. We're just about ready to get out of here. All right, shall we see if GSX will push us back? All right, prepare for pushback and departure. Oh, let's check in. Okay, back on the radio.
Climb your sit to altitude 5,000 feet, squawk 1,000.
We'll turn at least the beacon on.
Clear to Innsbruck is filed, really, Echo 7 Golf departure. Initial climb 5,000, squawk 1,000, with a 69.
I'm not sure which way we're going to push back.
901, read back correct.
I think I saw them tailing, nose to the north. The A300, yeah, this just got an update.
Gonna for Papa Lima, Hamburg ground, Juliet correct, cleared Frankfurt, Amlu 2, Golf.
I think that they said that there was some WASM updates on it, probably a few texture fixes, and it was a bug fix update. Seems to be working pretty good. We'll see what happens when we actually try to go hurtling down the Pixel runway in our Pixel plane to see what happens.
For Papa Lima correct.
Hamburg delivery. Hello again from Lufthansa 441. Stand 63, Juliet's aboard, 53, Juliet's aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
This is the 441. Startup approved for pushback. Contact apron 121.705.
121.705 for Lufthansa 441. Thank you. 121.705.
Look at it!
Holy moly, that was pretty loud.
Look.
Posture check. It was 11 minutes ago. It was Brussels sprouts. Hi, Brussels sprouts. Sorry I missed that. Some of my windows are kind of hidden. I've rearranged a couple of windows here so that I could play a few more games and, you know, change the main monitor and stuff, and it's a little messed up here. But thank you, Brussels sprouts, for reminding me to sit up straight. Shall we get ready to go? Let's see if we can do this. The destination has an aquatic condition. That's why there is a dolphin apron. I don't know. There's something kind of fishy about that. Off-world. Two jokes. Up, see? Now the Scandinavian over here is going the other way.
Ground for Charlie Alpha, Gabe, hello, taxi to direction, taxiway Zulu 5, hold short of Zulu 1. Taxi Zulu 5, hold short of Zulu 1, Charlie Alpha.
Hamburg, hello from Lufthansa 441 at stand 53 with information Juliet requesting pushback.
Lufthansa 441 Hamburg, Gabe, hello, stand by.
Wait. Martin is doing egg salad.
126.855, bye-bye. Lufthansa 187, contact Hamburg Tower on 126.855.
Lufthansa 187, contact Tower 126.855.
Hotel 7 Hotel Bravo, contact Hamburg Tower on 126.855, bye-bye.
Contact Tower 126.855, bye-bye, thank you.
Going for Mike taxi descent 12 via Zulu 5.
Descent 12 via Zulu 5.
Now we're back in hurry up and wait mode.
Scandinavian, step up already for taxi.
And then Scandinavian 9 Hotel Papa standby, call you back. Zero wings 5 Lima, taxi to stand 07 Bravo via Zulu 1 blue line.
Stand 07 Bravo by Zulu 1, 5 Lima, Hamburg.
Okay.
Okay, there goes that Eurowings. Maybe we get to go next. That'd be kind of nice. When I first started, got onto VATSIM today, the minute I logged in, there was a big, giant A340 that landed right behind me there. So definitely kind of a busy day in the neighborhood here.
Eurowings 24 Charlie, pushback approved, facing south, Zulu 5.
There was a Eurowings. I bet that was the Eurowings over there. Okay, that Euro
Scandinavian 9 Hotel Papa, taxi to holding point runway.
got a big old A380 over there. Yeah, there's a couple of them that aren't all that great. Hi, Ashley. Welcome on in.
Scandinavian 271 ready.
Ja, wir warten noch auf den Traffic, aber wir wären ready für Taxi.
Roger.
I can command Emirates 6-1.
I guess we may up here.
Hello, taxi by Zulu 3, hold shot off Zulu 1.
Maybe we were waiting for this one.
Zulu 3 shot Zulu 1 Emirates.
Maybe we're waiting for this one over here.
Scandinavian 271, taxi to holding point runway 3.
Let's see, Floyd. Abda El Krim Floyd. I hope I said that right. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Happy Thursday. So there was an Emirates. Oh, there was one hiding behind the Emirates too. So we're probably going to wait there. Dushat Lawani is back in chat.
Taxi by Zulu 5, hold shot off Zulu 1.
You can. If you do Volanta Premium, you can do customization. I've really just kind of left mine alone. Mine's just the basic one.
Lufthansa 2 Charlie Tango, standby. Eurowings 24 Charlie, you need to push back now or we need to cancel your pushback clearance.
Hey, we'll push back now. He said. I know, I should keep the sound of desperation out of my voice, right? Hey Zeus, welcome aboard.
Air Force 94 Charlie Alpha expects 2 more minutes.
Can you add VATSIM for the network in the overlay?
Lufthansa 411, pushback approved, facing west Zulu 3.
Facing west Zulu 3 for Lufthansa 441.
Emirates
Facing west.
06,
okay, I see the way we're going to go.
05.
Let's go. All right, let's see if we can make GSX work. Prepare for pushback and departure. See, this is the hard part. GSX. I didn't know which way we were going to push, so this is going to take a really long time. I guess you could do that. I don't know about doing that, though.
Yankee 3, hold shot of Golf, Turkish 8 Foxtrot Hotel.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Yes, we are. Let's go. We need to get going. This is kind of why it is that I didn't usually like using GSX, because it takes forever. It takes forever to get everything set up like this.
71, contact Hamburg Tower 126855.
126855. We can set that up.
Air France 94 Charlie Alpha taxi to stand 08 via Zulu 5 Zulu 1.
We'll pop that one in there.
Taxiing to stand 08 via Zulu 5 Zulu 1 Alpha 24 Charlie Alpha.
Good evening, Lufthansa 208, you're on Delta 1.
Looking here.
Lufthansa 2080 report stand on.
So
we'll take whatever stand you want to give us.
well, the thing is I needed to tell it which way, but I could have had it connected, and I don't have to tell them which way I'm pushing,
Delta
right?
1 coming up on Golf.
We knew nose left, tail right.
Lufthansa 2080.
No, nose right, tail left. Nose right, tail
Golf
left.
hold short of 33.
So I could have had that all ready to go while we were waiting.
Schönen guten Abend, Jeremy Fokker Tango, request pushback.
Commencing push. All engines
Going
clear.
for Tango pushback approved facing south to the 1 blue line.
Pushback approved, facing south to the 1 blue line. Blue line, Jeremy Fokker Tango. Hamburg 8 good evening, Lufthansa 374 is on Bravo 6.
Lufthansa 374 Hamburg Aircon, hello. Taxi via Zulu 5, hold short of Zulu 1.
Taxi Zulu 5, hold short Zulu 1, Lufthansa 374.
And here we go. Hi, James. You can change it to connect the tug on boarding, and it doesn't ask you a spot until you select the prop. That would be a good way to go. I'm going to try and look into that, just so that we're all set, not having to do this.
Going 417 Hamburg Apron, hello. Taxi to stand 10 via Zulu 5.
Stand 10 via Zulu 5, 417.
Turkish 8 Fox Hotel.
Turkish 8 Fox Hotel.
That is a great thing for me to look at. James the Catcher, that sounds like a great way. So, connect the tug on boarding.
I call you back.
That would be really smart. Ah, there goes the camera again. Keeps disconnecting.
9 Hotel Papa, contact Hamburg Tower on 126 as well 855. Bye bye.
Starting engine number 2.
System 855 and then Papa Aventure.
Engine number 2 coming on up. Almost done.
Your wings 24 Charlie, taxi to holding point runway 33 via Zulu 5, Bravo 5. Negative, Euro wings 24 Charlie, hold position.
Parking brake.
Starting 2, parking brake on.
Waiting your confirmation for good engine start.
That's also another thing that you could turn off. I think I'll do that too. Confirm engine start.
We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
On the 4 Papa Lima, number 2, we need to wait for the Euro wings to your right.
And looks like we're getting a good start on engine 2. Yep, there's the monitors on the right side of the airplane flashing.
Your wings 24 Charlie, taxi to holding point runway 33 via Zulu 5, Bravo 5.
Unlocking gear.
Flaps. And I'll bet my trim is down 0.2. Oh, it's 0. So trim's going to be 0.
Light has been removed. Left is clear, right is clear.
There we go. Trim is now set, and that looks good too. I think we're ready to
Your
go.
wings 24 Charlie, contact Hamburg Tower 126, decimal 855, bye bye.
Nose gear. I think we're ready to go. APU can go off. Hamburg ground, hello again from Lufthansa 441. Pushed and started from stand 53, requesting taxi.
Lufthansa 441, taxi via Zulu 3, Zulu 5, hold short of Zulu 1.
Taxiing via Zulu 3 and Zulu 5 will hold short of Zulu 1 for Lufthansa 441.
On the
Let's see, ISR. Yeah, this was a really cool one, and this would have been the livery. This would have been the livery that Lufthansa would have been flying this old airplane in, which is really, really cool. You can't stay, Zach J4. Thank you for taking the time to come in. Super nice of you. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. Have a really, really good day today. Keep the sheep off of your runway. We'll see you next time.
Lufthansa 374, taxi to stand 09er via Zulu 5.
Out we go. Okay. Zulu 3, Zulu 5. Hold short of Zulu 1. Zulu 3, Zulu 5. Hold short of Zulu 1. That's this over here. Okay, I see what we're going to do. I'm ready. And we need to hydrate too. Always good to hydrate. Oh, and F1 Racer said spy hat. I remember to say spy hat. Do the spy hat. I forgot to say thank you. Got it.
Taxi to stand 65 via Zulu 1 blue line.
Really cool, you know, having this, you know, old, you know, vintage type of an airplane.
Alpha Mike, stand 65 via Zulu 1 blue line.
Approved, right.
Zulu 5, and we stop at Zulu 1. Hi,
Turkish
Swiss.
Foxtrot Hotel, turn left onto Golf, hold short runway 33.
Left Golf, hold short runway 33, Turkish.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
That was a really nice resub from WSX Boy. WSX Boy, thank you for a nice resub.
Correct, Windmill 8.
Thank you for 19 months of awesome support and some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan.
Charlie, taxi to stand 60.
Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here at SKBQ. Welcome on in. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. And okay, we hold short of Zulu 1.
Hamburg ground with a 1691 on stand 5 Alpha, requesting push.
With air 16901, stand by, I call you back.
Standing by.
Good evening again, Hamburg ground, hold pushing forever, would you like gauge 292 requesting push and start?
World Express 7 Hotel Bravo, stand by. Turkish 8 Foxtrot Hotel, hold position.
It's just I can't reach it right now.
8 Foxtrot. Europe Foxtrot Tango, request taxi.
I do have the Airbus hat, I just can't reach it from here.
4 Tango, stand by.
Hamburg apron, hello, Eurowings 8 Kilo Whiskey.
Loviz is departing. Loviz is in a real-world flight today. So getting to do real-world airplane stuff.
Eurowings 8 Kilo Whiskey, moin, via Zulu 3, hold short Zulu 1.
Via Zulu 3, hold short Zulu 1, Eurowings 8 Kilo Whiskey.
Hamburg ground from Lufthansa 441. Your last instruction to us was blocked.
Lufthansa 441, turn right, Bravo 5, contact Hamburg Tower 126.855, bye-bye.
Turn right, Bravo 5, and over to tower for Lufthansa 441. Thanks, have a good weekend. And turn right at Bravo 5. Oh, okay, we're going to go right here.
Swiss 5 Zulu,
so Loviz is departing the scene of the crime here. A real-world flight.
Contact apron 11805, sorry, normaal Swiss 5 Zulu.
Kein Problem.
Uh-oh, Loviz is watching the spy flight on a real-world airplane. Hi, Loviz. Hello, everybody on the American Airlines A319. Cool little airplane. Happy landings. Watch out for sheep on the runway.
Quality 6 Hotel Tango, cross runway 33 and contact now apron 121 business 705, bye-bye.
Cross runway 33 and contact 121 705.
Are pelicans in the engines? Boy, I almost went too far. Hamburg Tower, Guten Abend from Lufthansa 441, holding short of Bravo 5 with Juliet, fully ready.
Lufthansa 441, Hamburg Tower, low line up runway 33.
33, line up, Lufthansa 441.
Lufthansa 78 Whiskey, preceding traffic about to vacate, wind 310 degrees, 11 knots, runway 23, clear to land.
Or alligators, that's a big thing too.
0x089 Victor, correction 09 Victor, taxi left by Delta 1.
Okay, it's not the landing runway. Always good to just have a look out, especially in these busy events. Make sure nav and profile are armed.
Lufthansa
Hi, Drama.
Hamburg Tower, load number 3, wind check 310 degrees, 11 knots.
Are we ready? There we go, we're lined up. Let's do landing lights on. And all of our passengers are back there. I think they're happy. Takeoff config check. Got to hold the button down for a while, and it's green. We're ready to go. Everything appears to be ready. So after
for Mike, preceding traffic about to vacate, wind 310
right,
knots, runway 23, clear to land.
Right turn. I think we can handle that. Hi, cross-side sniper.
Runway 33.
Left on Delta 1, hold short 33.
Wow, bunch of people stacked up.
411, wind 310 degrees, 11 knots, runway 33, cleared for takeoff, good Flug, have a nice flight, see ya.
Clear for takeoff, runway 33 for Lufthansa 441. Thanks so much, have a great weekend. And auto thrust.
Lufthansa 6 Mike Echo, Hamburg Tower, hello, number 2, wind check 310 degrees, 11 knots.
Tower Moin, Condor 5 Fox Delta, ILS 23.
Condor 5 Fox Delta, Hamburg Tower, Moin, number 3, wind check 310 degrees, 11 knots.
Number 3.
Lufthansa 2 Alpha Mike, taxi left side Delta 1, hold short of runway 33.
Left Delta 1,
V1.
hold short, runway 33, Lufthansa 2 Alpha Mike.
Rotate.
Lufthansa 3 Lufthansa 3 Alpha Mike, wind 310 degrees, 11 knots, runway 23.
Positive climb gear.
Runway 23, clear land, Lufthansa 3 Alpha Mike.
Lufthansa 2 Lima Charlie, cross runway 33 and contact April 121.705, bye-bye.
Lufthansa 2 Lima Charlie, cross 33 on the other side 121.
Hey, we did it! Don't really have any of the wing views set up in the cargo planes.
Lufthansa 441, stop mode Charlie.
Lufthansa 441, roger. I thought I did. Uh-oh.
And contact radar 120540.
120450 for Lufthansa 441. Thanks. Good weekend.
The way around 540.
120540 for Lufthansa 441. Thank you so much. 120540.
9 Hamburg Tower, Moin, for now proceed west inbound Papa 2.
Proceed west inbound Papa 2, touch up to now.
And confirm your destination is Norderstedt?
Confirming, Norderstedt is our destination.
Lufthansa 6 Mike Echo, proceeding traffic about to vacate, wind 310 degrees, 11 knots, runway 23, clear to land.
23 clear to land, Lufthansa 6 Echo.
Wrong.
KLM 419 across runway 33, contact April 121.705, bye-bye.
Cross runway 33, contact ground 121. That's 705, KLM 49.
To Jet 2 Echo Mike, turn right heading 050.
Right, 050 to EKYT, Echo Mike.
And to Echo Mike, give me 220 knots.
Speed 220 to EKYT, Echo Mike.
Lufthansa 441 Bremen.
Bremen Radar, Lufthansa 441, good evening.
441 Bremen, hello, identified. Auto handoff, climb to flight level 100.
Flight level 100 for Lufthansa 441.
November 7 Charlie Lima, correct Hamburg arrival 118.205, cross and only, tschüss.
118.205, November 7 Charlie Lima, goodbye.
Lufthansa 48 November.
Weather is really kind of stormy on this one. The logo light is lit. It was. Ghostbird, this is the INI builds. It just got an update today. You would like to turn the radar, the music off for takeoff, Vinny? Okay.
441, contact Bremen 124.075. Have a good one.
124.075 now for Lufthansa 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Direct Sierra Oscar Delta Romeo Oscar Europe 991 Alpha Zulu.
Kid, turn it down, please. Hey, Mr. Jazz. Okay, Vinny, I'll try and remember to do that. Hello, Just Speedbird. Bremen, guten Abend from Lufthansa 441, passing 7,000 for flight level 100.
Lufthansa 441, Bremen, hello, identified. Proceed direct to Hamburg and I'll call you for climb.
Lufthansa 441, direct to Amrak for Lufthansa 441. I said that, jeez.
Subscriber confirmed.
Amrak.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Somebody just did something really nice. Hang on a sec.
441, climb to flight level 270.
Flight level 270 now for Lufthansa 441. Somebody just did something nice. Hang on, let me make sure I got it set up. We're in German airspace. Don't want to go out, do anything crazy here. Okay, I think we're good. What just happened? Patrick is in chat and just gifted 5 subs to the community. Patrick, that was really nice of you. Thank you for being nice to other people. Thanks for being nice to me too. But really appreciate that. Thank you for the extra support and the very nice jet fuel in the flight plan.
We were using it 991 Alpha Zulu. Sorry about that.
Okay, 10,000 feet, standard altimeter, landing lights can go off. There we go. Nose light can go off. And we have passengers aboard, so we got to ring the bell for 10,000 feet. This looks good. Let's also keep our heading bug straight up. Landing gear going to neutral. Flaps are up, speed brakes are disarmed. I think we're in good shape. Holy moly, this got crazy fast.
Actually, Copenhagen is closing. I'm monitoring Unicom 122.
And let's go to progress down here.
122.9, ciao.
And I think we're caught up here. So, let's see. WSX Boyd did a resub. Patrick gifted 5 subs to the community. And I did not spill any coffee. So we're good to go there. Hello, Harold Tim. Thanks for coming in. And I think this is good too. Next flight is Barranquilla to Medellin. Was going to take the A320 or maybe the CRJ. We spent a lot of time in the Phoenix Airbuses.
Top clearance
I kind of thought
agent.
maybe we'd get away from the
Loyalty
Phoenix
noted.
airplanes today and maybe tomorrow. Except for Frankfurt Friday, and we're going to be in Frankfurt Friday, so probably going to do that. McMoody just became a subscriber. Hey, McMoody, thank you for becoming a subscriber today. Thank you for some extra jet fuel in the flight plan here and helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. I really appreciate the support. Helps even while it's still kind of chilly here in Spyland. And we had an unusual amount of chilliness this morning, and we still have a little bit of light snow falling outside. So thanks for helping me keep the heat on too.
Sorry for that, I don't know.
Real big surprise. Swiss said to stretch, but it was 13 minutes ago. We'll do that right now too. Thanks, Swiss. McMoody, greetings from Hamburg. This is a great place for airplanes, isn't it? Plus, you've also got Finkenwerder here, so you get to go and see belugas, which is really cool.
level 100 and
So maybe a CRJ from Barranquilla to Medellin and the Fokker F-28 from Norfolk to Islip. Okay, everything looks good here. And let's do airports. Okay, so far so good. Okay, we're coming up here, and we're going to EKYT, where there's control tower. Last time I checked, they're using 26 right. They don't have an ATIS right now. But, so here's Aalborg up here. Aalborg Tower. Actually, that's pretty good. We got out of Hamburg, and it was really busy, and I don't think I really got in anybody's way. So they didn't yell at anyone. Yesterday, I did get DCS World started and actually was able to load into the airplane that was already flying. I've totally forgotten how to start these airplanes up. But I did actually get DCS World going. They're supposed to release the Berlin map, I believe sometime this month, so that might be relatively spy irritating, I guess. Interesting, not irritating. Hey there, dogs. Welcome aboard. We're going to do Barranquilla to Medellin first, after we get into Aalborg. So I hope you don't have to wait too long, but we've got this flight and one more. Good afternoon, Vinyl Rabbit. And there's 20,000 feet.
Subscriber confirmed.
Larson's back with a
Top
nice
clearance
resub.
granted, Agent. Loyalty
Hey Larson,
noted.
welcome in. Thanks for a really nice resub today. Larson's been here for 16 months. Old Slow, welcome on in. Good to see you, Old Slow. Thanks for coming in. Hi Larson, I see you in chat. I just don't want you to sit there too long, dogs. I appreciate you coming in. You might like the Barranquilla flight too. I was going to CRJ that one. Who needs an auto throttle, right? Okay, everything's good here. Wonder if we're going to get another climb. This may be it. I don't know if we're going to actually make it up to our final cruise. Auto throttle is cheating. Well, it depends on the airplane. I do not require, I don't regard auto throttle cheating in Frankfurt Friday. I'm sorry, we're just too busy for that. Just too busy for that kind of flying. So, yeah, definitely. So far, so good, Old Slow. A little bit of snow out outside of Spy HQ, but other than that, just fine. And we're going to flight level 270. I have a feeling that's going to be our final.
Copenhagen is now offline.
122.8 for Lufthansa 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. There we go. A little moment of quiet here before we get ready to go. Okay, that's pretty good. So, let's see. There is a little bit of icing, I think, out there. Why don't we do engine anti-ice? I'm just really not all that convinced that icing won't like make you fall out of the sky or something. And we were final altitudes, flight level 310, so we'll clear ourselves up there. Yeah, I was noticing that. We're getting really great views of the Milky Way here in Microsoft Flight Simulator, the 2024 version. So we've got some really cool views of, and you know, the other cool thing about this is all the planets and stars are in the correct position. So if you wanted to, you could actually do some celestial navigation here. Okay, we don't need this, we don't need this, and we don't need that. Our next is the ILS, and there it is. So 2,000 feet if we have to do our own descent. Hat-trick just arrived. Mountain Man, oh no, a CTD. Final approach for LAX, really? Okay, last time I heard you had the new scenery. I don't know what you were flying there, but that sounds really weird. Were you on VATSIM? Is there an unusual plane there or something? Because really, I'm just not getting that many CTDs. Just not that many CTDs in this. Today's flights are relatively short, so at the end, after we get into Islip, I was going to at least turn on DCS and fly around the Nevada map a little bit and start trying to reorient myself when it comes to the FA-18 Hornet. I've got to watch some tutorial videos. Let's do seatbelts. We got passengers back there and a very nice passenger cabin. They did change the passenger cabin. Remember, the passenger cabin had like this green tint in this airplane. This one doesn't have the green tint anymore. It's more of a brown type of a tint. Oh, looks like seatbelts. I thought I turned off seatbelts. Yeah, seatbelts are off and no smoking is on auto. DCS has a huge learning curve. I know. WSX boy, that's right, you can finally do that. Seatbelt signs off. Please feel free to move about the cabin, but don't be congregating in the galley area or anything. Loviz is going to take the A350 on the Islip flight. Have you seen the airport at Islip? As I recall, it's not that big. Yeah, the question is, you know, what would happen if WSX Boy wasn't flying with us on Lufthansa? What if WSX Boy was flying Wizz Air? Not that great of a joke, but still. Islip. Okay, Flight Sim Dave. It's not Islip, it's Islip. But yep, there we go. Islip. Like, I slipped on ice or something like that. Ghostbird, did tower go off, so it's all us now? Okay. I ended up to be able to do DCS World and stuff. I ended up going and changing my primary monitor, and it's really awkward right now. Well, holy moly, everybody went off the air. Okay, well, we'll just do fly around on Unicom for a little bit. That's a great way to get started. You can. There's still a couple of people that do fly the A300 as a passenger plane. Mostly for us, we fly this one because Lufthansa, I believe, was considered a launch customer for the airplane. Seatbelt lights are just always on right now. But they did a nice job on the airplane. I think it keeps getting better and better. Got a little first class section here. No, if you purchase the A300, you get both the cargo and the passenger version, I believe. I think you get them both if you get it, and this is an AnyBuilds plane. So let's see, 111.55. Let's just go ahead and dial that in now. 111.55. Inbound course 259 degrees. 259. There we go. Quick question, is the Boris add-on for the CRJ worth it? I do think that the sounds are pretty good. At the risk of, I think that Boris sounds work really good. They all sound great. I'll tell you though, like you can get Boris sounds for the PMDG 737 and everything else, but I just feel like, if they're not bad. I don't think that they're mission critical because the sounds of most of the other airplanes are still pretty good. So I don't know. Again, I'm not trying to be mean to Boris or anything like that. I think they do a great job, but I'm doing pretty good. I think that, my airplanes are good with or without them. I do have the Boris sounds for the CRJ, but, especially in this day and age when I think a lot of us kind of need to, pinch a few pennies here, save a little bit for crazy times and everything. So, Tim Dog has the Boris sounds. Yeah, they are really good. So, I guess I'm saying the Boris sounds are really, really good. The default sounds with most of our airplanes are more than adequate, though. So, there we go. I'll stick with that. Yeah, Boeing Bog, I just think now's the time to, be smart, put a little bit of money away in savings. We don't know what's going on. Dogs, I haven't been in a Betty plane. Well, I did have the Mad Dog out. Still not like Betty over in the MD-11 though. Okay, almost time for top of descent. That's about 5 miles. Profile descent, armed. So profile descent, P descent is now flashing. And in the older Airbuses, the A300 and the A310, these airplanes will automatically descend. I think that the A350, you can set up an auto descent too. But I don't think any of the other Airbuses will auto descend. Down we go. Okay, minimums. Whoops. Minimums for today are 208 feet. So 208 is MDA. And the length of our runway today, it's an 8,000 foot runway. We're coming in on the 26s. My guess is we'll probably be able to get off at Delta here. So I still like to do flaps 15 and 20 in this airplane. It's an old Airbus, but it's still an Airbus, and Airbuses are floaty, 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 floaty. No, I don't think Betty is aboard an Airbus. DAH on the Jepson charts. So it depends. In the newer airplanes, where's our ILS chart? So what you want is, it's this 208 that you see here. There is our decision height. The 200 is a radar altimeter setting. So if we were like in the Fokker F-28, we would set 200 feet in the radar altimeter up here, and that's what would call our minimums for us. So this is the actual altitude, the baro altitude. It's 208 feet, but like most ILSs, it's 200 feet above the ground is the requirement. So that's kind of what that's all about. It's a little bit confusing. It's mostly the older airplanes or the newer airplanes when you're doing a Category 2 landing. And there we go. There's Sunjammer. Sunjammer says, check this out. I've been watching out a little bit. Let me make sure I turn off the sound. Sunjammer says, this is a bouncy landing. I'm going to guess this is a bouncy into Birmingham. This is, I call this one the roller coaster airport. The roller coaster runway. Because it kind of goes up and down. Holy moly, look at how crabby that airplane is. Boing, boing, boing. Wow, wow, wow. Did you see how crabby that airplane was? And look at how lumpy the runway is, too. That's because they're running it back. That was just amazing. I mean, Sunjammer, wow. The winds that day had to have been absolutely amazing. But, yeah, talk about a crabby landing. And our descent is pretty good. We're all set over there. Let's go direct to UTIC. Direct to... Because we don't want to go to Aalborg. There we go. There, we'll just do that direct to right now. And now we're a touch high because we did that direct to, because we're not going to go over the Aalborg VOR. So we need a little speed breakout because now we're a touch high. I've got to check. I think I do have... It looks like we've got Scandinavian 271 ahead of us. Are they going in here too? Yeah, they're going in there too. Okay, let's see. A CRJ. I had SkyWest, United, GoJet, Jazz, Lufty, and Air France. Okay. I thought I had a CRJ that we could use for Central. I thought I had one for Azul. Okay, let's come on over here and do a click on the map. We still appear to be a touch high. Airplane's doing a bit of a crash dive now. We're at 16,000 feet. We have to be at above 2,000 feet in 20 miles. I think the official term is we are coming in hot. No fear. Let's do auto brakes medium. That looks good. Oh, let's go ahead and switch the ATC to below. That way our TCAS shows airplanes below us for 12 miles. Menzies, welcome on in. Ciao, ciao, and welcome. Happy Thursday. Dogs is going to go to Colorado in June. Really? Between Frontier and Southwest. Southwest because they had better times and the seats are more comfortable. Well, yeah, the only difference is you don't have cute animals on the rudder of the airplane, right? I think this was a good update. I really feel, Menzies, this was a good... This airplane's gotten more stable. It's behaving very nicely. I think we're a little bit high here. We're going to have to go out a bit. Don't see there's any way around this. Let's turn out and do this. 090. I don't see anybody else coming in here, so that's good. Was there an update on the A350 and that hasn't been working well? All right, let's also put the speed brakes away. Arm the speed brakes. Auto brakes are set, so that's good. The screens are freezing in the A350. We haven't actually been in the A350 for a while, so I haven't actually been in that. I think I've got the latest update, and I don't remember the last time I was in it that the screens were a problem. Seatbelts? Okay, 122.8. Everything else is pretty much set. Nothing to worry about there. Seatbelts are on. How about landing lights? Nose light. 10,000 foot cabin call. The altimeter here. Let's see. I didn't get an ATIS here. Billy Bishop, after the Islip, not Islip, the Islip flight, I was going to fire up DCS and just try and fly around the Nevada map today. What was I going to do? Oh, my flight. Yeah, we can come over here and pop this thing. Okay, altimeter is 1010. Altimeter is 1010. There we go. Altimeters are checked and set. Now, I don't think that I've seen the screens freezing. The biggest problem that I sometimes have, I think they get a little bit confused. You know how in the A300, the big screens there are touch screens, and they've got that little, the yellow cross cursor thing and stuff like that. Those things sometimes get a little bit confused. They get a little bit weird on mine. And I think that's probably because I'm pointing and clicking a little bit too far. I mean fast, And so I think you kind of have to be rather deliberate and slow down with that. Okay, let's go ahead. Left turn. Straight north. And then straight west, and we should be able to make it in just fine. Nothing to worry about here. Everything else is good. How is our fuel? Over here on the flight plan, it says final reserve and alternate should be 4.67. We are currently at 9.9. So we're supposed to have 4.67 in the tanks when we land. I'm at 9.9. We could probably fly around, find a place for pizza, land, take off, and still have plenty of fuel. No reason for panicking there. Okay, let's come on in, heading 300.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard.
DJ Tim just followed the channel. Hi, DJ Tim. Thanks for coming in. Welcome, welcome. Okay, here we are coming in with the turnover here. Looking good over there. Let's go and get a Navigraph chart up. And we should start seeing ourselves coming in here. Now let's try a direct to. Direct to, back it, and nav. There we go. Erie, the new MD-11. Erie, have you heard any talk about whether or not it's coming to Flight Sim 2024? I've kind of let it go since my 2020 doesn't work. So been wondering when they're, you know, I think it's going to be a while. We shouldn't get our hopes up. Menzies has been having fun on runway 13 at KITAC. That's the KITAC heart attack runway. Isn't that a fun arrival? Yeah. You're doing an IGS approach. Look for the checkerboard and in you go. If you don't already have it, Menzies, there's some free lighting enhancements over at flightsim.to that is probably worth your time to look for for KITAC, especially if you're going to fly at night. It really does add to the lighting in Hong Kong. Erie says, sadly, Flight Sim 2024, it's going to be a long way off for the MD-11. Okay, well, that makes sense, and it's good that they're going to wait to finish those commitments there. Okay, now as we start getting a little bit closer in here, what we're going to go ahead and do is switch over to manual control. I've really kind of found that that really helps with this airplane. You know, profile in this old bird is only good for a certain amount of time. Only good for a certain time. No ATC right now for our flight in Colombia. So we'll just kind of do our own thing. Got the airport. We're landing on the right side. J. Phil says to hydrate. Almost out. I gotta come over here. On the bright side, they fixed the WASM stuff crashes. Oh, I'm sure they're making really good progress on it. They're really committed to that MD-11 and making it a great airplane. Okay, we'll just let the next coffee heat up and we'll take care of that, J. Phils. I say 250, 210. On the speed. And start slowing it down. You can start if you forget your flap speeds. They're right here. So below 250, you can do flaps 15 and 0. So there's 240 knots. So flaps 15 and 0. Last click of the map. Such a fun airplane. Hey, look at that. We're all set up here. CRJing to Medellin. I need to get some more. And flaps 15 and 15. Menzies, sorry about that, posting. I know that's a pain. And that looks good. I say landing mode. 180 on our speed. We said for our landing VAP is going to be 142. Aalborg traffic, there is a Lufthansa A300 on about a 7-mile final for the ILS runway 26 right, Aalborg. Wheelchair Gamer did a hot arrival in Phoenix. It's impossible to do pretty much anything else in Phoenix except a hot arrival. Flaps 15 and 30. Gear going down. Gear going down. Speed brakes, auto brakes, right? Speed brakes, auto brakes are good. Let's go ahead and do signs. We're not signs, dome. There we go. That looks good. Oh, we're a little crabby here too. Harold Tim, I'm sorry I stole your funny line about Phoenix. $150 to land. Always make it just a touch
confirmed.
fast.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Flight Sim Dave just did a really nice resub. Flight Sim Dave's been here for 20 months. Flight Sim Dave, thank you for a really nice resub. It's a great jet fuel in the flight plan. K, flaps, speed brakes, auto brakes, gear down. I think it's landing time. Autopilot's off. Captain's got the airplane. Auto throttle is off. Ghostbird got a 245. Got a little bit of a crosswind here. A little bit gusty today. Not quite as gusty as Sunjammer's video at Birmingham. Welcome to Aalborg. J in the UA, Barranquilla to Medellin and a CRJ. Aalborg traffic, the Lufthansa A300 is clear of runway 26 right, taxiing to the terminal. Happy landings, Aalborg. Okay, bright lights, we'll shut those down. This is an interesting airport. There is only one taxiway, and it's kind of a long one that takes you into the terminal area. And it's one way only. So you really only have just a little bit there. Gonna try and do the next flight. Vinny, good luck with that. DJ Tim, absolutely love it. You know, our vibe is pretty much travel jazz or island jam. Kind of a deal here. The plane has a nose wheel kind of far back. Yes, this one does. It's probably hard to see here, but it is basically underneath almost the first seats in first class. So you kind of turn late in this one. You turn later and sharper in this particular airplane. Anti-ice is off. APU starts. So this is one of the ones that you turn later rather than sooner. So now we're over the line and then do the turn. And that's how you keep your wheels from cutting the corner. And if you time it just right, you come right out on the taxiway. And now we're on our long taxiway coming on into the civil apron. Okay, APU is coming up. Everything else is good to go there. We've got beacon on, nav and logo lights, and the nose light. Passengers are still in their seats, behaving as they always do. WSX boy wants to go to a zoo. We'll stop the squawk now that we're really out of the operations area. Not a lot to see outside the windows tonight. Might need just a little bit of extra. I think if you were to do a one-engine taxi on this airplane, you would shut down engine number 2. But you definitely want to probably turn on a yellow pump. It's an Airbus, so they're all kind of the same. So my guess is you'd want to do... Well, there's an electric pump here. I think you just turn on the electric pump. But rather than run out of gas and out of braking and stuff, let's just leave it on for now until I learn the right way to go. Black Dog's back with a nice resub. Black Dog, thank you for a nice resub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for 17 months of really nice support and very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Hi, Lion Drummer. Welcome on in. Dynasty Chalk is back too. Welcome to you. And there's that Scandinavian that I saw that took off from Hamburg with us. And as we come in here, landing light goes off as we start pointing towards the ground crew. Drummer is going to do the Islip flight with us.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Hey, Max, thank you for a follow. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. And it looks like our A300 made it without any trouble at all. Parking brakes on. I do have the APU up and it is available. So engine number 1, engine number 2. Those look good. Beacon. And we'll also turn on the APU bleed for now. That looks really good. Come up here. Nav 1. Nav 2, Nav 3, those can go off. All of our fuel pumps except for one while we're on ground power, until we're on ground power, and it will also turn off the probe heaters now. Click out of this, do ground gear. I need chocks, I need a ground power unit. We'll open door 1 and 2. And do some cargo. Oh, I blew the slides. Oh no, I forgot on this airplane. I've blown my escape slides. Oh, the humanity. So I forgot on this airplane, you absolutely positively have to wait until your doors are disarmed. I didn't do that. And the only way to put them back is to go out of here, go to maintenance, and reset the emergency slides in there. And now the slides are gone. Well, yep, wheelchair gamer, flags all over the place. Funniest way to exit the plane. I don't know. I've never gotten to do that. I hear it's a little scary for some people and you have to watch it. You can burn your hands. You know, as you're sliding down, that's why they tell you to cross your arms like that. So, you know, I think that you have to watch out for that sort of thing. But other than that, I hear it's a great way to get off the plane. We made it, and we got a sassy flight over here too. You always forget, yep, there's a quick reset in the tablet that you have to do if you blow the slides out like that. But we made it. Yeah, but Don, yeah, that's happened to me more than a few times. Let's get ready for Barranquilla. So CRJ on this one. Check the rate. We ought to do that while we're waiting here. Quit to desktop. Thank you for reminding me. J-Phils, I still remember that. Hydrate. I'm waiting for the beverage to heat up here. Okay. So let's see how it looked. Review. Okay, I think, let's see, did we float an awful lot? We didn't really float a lot. We didn't hit the target, but we were between the main target and the first one, so that's not bad. That is a great position. It could be better if we were on the two big bars, but I'll take this one. And the rate today was a minus 215. You know what? In a really, really big airplane like this one, like the A300, I think that's a great landing rate. I think that is absolutely outstanding. I will take that landing rate any day of the week. So that was a good one. Is it too late in the season for northern snow? Oh, it's not late in the season at all. I woke up to about 2 to 3 inches today. I mean, welcome to Spy HQ. It's windy, it's chilly, we've got snow on the ground, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. All sorts of crazy going on here today. Average Canadians on YouTube, you got a Xbox controller. That's a good way to do it. It is April. That's what we heard. Yeah, Mr. Jazz, I think, you know, it's a wide body airplane. So, you know, 200, 210, that's a nice landing rate. Tim Dog, you think, yeah, I think the weather system's going to be going down further. Harold Tim, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think it's going to go a little bit further south. So there we go. Okay, let's do our flight. First of all, Sim is loading SKBQ, SKMD. So we're going to SKBQ. We're departing out of SKBQ. So there is Barranquilla there. We're going to SKMD. There's SKSM. There's CC, SKMZ, BO. I don't see any ATC where we're going, so we should be fine. Let's do a flight plan. What else could go wrong? It's 19 degrees Celsius and it's 11 p.m. in Austria, so Stindofly has nicer weather. Mikey, we're just getting ready to go to Medellin. Just getting ready to go. I was going to take the CRJ just for a change in airplane. There's no ATC. I don't have a good livery, so you'll forgive me if I just go with my usual livery. SKBQ. I didn't want to have an auto throttle. And we're going
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, agent. Loyalty noted.
Sindofly did a very nice resub. And according to my advanced mathematical calculations, that was a whole year. Stindo Flight, thank you for a whole year of Tier 1. Thank you for the awesome support. Really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep all the lights on here. Okay, SKBQ. And you saw Mikey was in chat today. Mikey Moss is our dispatcher this week. So all these really cool airports, Mikey came up with. And there's SKMD. And I did learn that it's not Islip today, Mikey. I learned today it's Islip. So I'll always think about Islip on ice, and that's going to remind me how to do that. Okay. And I'm just going to take my 550. Let's just go with whatever sim brief gives us here. I'm going to board my usual extra 15 minutes of fuel just in case. Is that because a long time ago, before it was a town, somebody was walking across a frozen lake and slipped and fell, and so they called it Islip? Is that it? Okay, J Phils, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. And if you're flying with me, you should hydrate too. You should hydrate. You should hydrate and stretch whenever I do. Mr. 90, I think so. I know that Polyot's working on the sounds, the new sound module, so that's going to be available. I hate to say soon. Okay, let's come on over here. Let's put this over on the desktop. Okay, that's good. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM, so you can fly any sim that you want. Lion Drummer, I'm not sure yet. Somebody suggested that I could take an A330 and be Air Berlin since I'm departing out of Berlin. So we could do that. And file. We are filed on VATSIM. Okay, SKBQ. All right, we need a CRJ first, because who needs an auto throttle? Okay, CRJ. Configure. Not very imaginative of me on this, but I don't have that many liveries for this right now, so this will have to do. But yeah, Lion Drummer, it's one of the options. I think, you know, we've got the 777 if it does make it out in time. We have the A310, the A350, that would work. SKBQ. Let's see if there's people here. Nobody's really here. It looks like there's jetways over there and probably commuters here. Let's go to one of the commuter ramps. I don't think that I've ever taken the A380 on a VATSIM event. It's never really been all that great. At least as far as reliability, and it is across the pond. Now, I think it's gotten better. But Mr. 90, yeah, we do have a couple of those jokes coming out today. Okay, there was another nice. So we're just waiting here. If I go and give this a shot, I need to change my airplane. And this should change the title. We got that done. Okay. There is our CRJ. No jetway at this gate. Now then, we need to do
New recruit
Volanta.
detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Somebody just did something nice. It was Katy Perry. Just did a follow. Katy Perry 1, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Okay, this should be good for this flight. Okay, that is... that was Volanta. Now we need to do the get on the network. The CRJs do not have an auto throttle. It's pronounced C-aid. All right. CRJ, it is a 700, even though it's in their 550 configuration. Okay, let's get in the cockpit and turn some things on. Oh, your name is pronounced... Oh, I thought it was C-aid, some sort of a power aid kind of a thing or something. C-aid, thank you. Let's go to the airplane. And we need ground power. Let's open our doors. There we go. Doors are open. Usually we're doing a bunch of VATSIM in some of these flights. Okay, so now we got the doors open. Go to flight plan and import. And if we did it all correctly, yep, our flight plan looks really good. So there's a smaller cockpit. And our doors are open and everything's good. So all of this looks great. Performance, there's the flight plan. You can also view the OFP. Let's turn it on. So battery master. The sounds on this one, now these are the Boris sounds. We were chatting about this a little bit early. These are the Boris sounds here. Why don't we, for the startup on this airplane, we're going to give the band just a little bit of a break. And we'll just listen to the startup sounds. So, ground power. And we got those going on. Now that we've got those... we're going to do the nav lights, the 3A hydraulic switch. We're going to do no smoking to on because we have to refuel the airplane. Emergency exit lights to arm. We're going to come up here and turn on the windshield heaters. Come up a little bit more and turn on the recirculating fans. And we're just going to add a little bit of backlighting to the top panel here. Okay, that's pretty good. While we're talking about lighting, let's come over here and turn up integrated lighting just a bit. And we'll also do integrated lighting down here. And that should help us read stuff. We don't need a master warning or a master caution light. Okay, so now we've imported the flight plan. You could view the flight plan here. You can't really drag this up and down, but you can at least kind of come up and down this way. It's not that convenient to view the OPF like this, but it's okay. It sort of works. Okay, CA Cade, welcome back in. All right, now that we've done that, let's go set payload and fuel. And then we'll go to performance. And then this, if you've got your flight plan up, it's good to just check. I think it's boarding one extra person. So it boarded 37. We're only supposed to have 36 aboard. Our zero fuel weight is supposed to be about 23.62. We're at 24, so it always seems to overload us a little bit. So I'll usually come and just clear out this one. And then here I'll drop this down to a different number. So these numbers don't translate very directly. I think it's supposed to be 0.9. Now our zero fuel weight is 23.9. Again, it's supposed to be 23.6. It always seems to be off a little bit. I'm not sure why that is in this airplane. The charts in the airplane are really pretty good. I usually like to go and snag my charts before I start the flight plan. So it's a little awkward. You can't use the FMS flight plan import because there's nothing in there yet. So Sunjammer did the flight and got a minus 151. You went into Aalborg? Which airplane did you take, Sunjammer? Sunjammer is also over in X-Plane right now. And I'm generally hearing that this latest update has been good for performance. So let's see. SKBQ. SKBQ. Enter. Our destination airport is SKMD. SKMD.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the spy flight.
And SKBO. Whoops. SKBO is our alternate. And that was a very nice raid from Arch MDA. Hey, Arch, welcome aboard. I hope you've had a good week this week. Good to see you. Welcome on in, Arch. I hope all is well at NDA land. Yep, Arch was last spotted doing Microsoft Flight Simulator. Underscore. Typing is hard. It's been a crazy week for Arch. It's a crazy week for everybody. All right, well, welcome on in. And last time Lena NDA was doing First Descendant. Last time I saw Lena doing a lot, it was that really cool zombie thing that was actually really interesting. Okay, we're back. Arch, thanks for coming in. Welcome into the world of the Pixel Airports, the one thing that's normal in our lives now. We are blasting off on runway 05 and coming in on runway 02. Okay, so that looks good. And let's see what we have for departures. North Bay Bear, Sim Caesar was in an E175. How did that go? So departures for runway 5. We didn't actually get one. So departures for runway 5 and our first waypoint after the Barranquilla VOR is Volvo. Now it's Vovlu. Do we have Vovlu here? NTIP Tigro. I don't have a Vovlu transition. So let's look over here and see if there's something in RNAV departures. KCUD. Vovlu. Okay, so if we load the KCUD, here is the Vovlu to Delta departure. So what I'm going to do is come over here and let's just replace the Barranquilla VOR. Oh, it told us to do the Barranquilla to Foxtrot. Oh, I should read it. So here's the Barranquilla to Foxtrot departure. And then there's a little DME arc. And then it takes us to back. Okay, well, we'll do that, I guess. The Vovlu looks like it was more fun, but... So we'll do the Barranquilla to Foxtrot departure. Okay, coming in, we're going to runway 2. So we need to go back a page and go to SKMD. No SIDS. There is the Ringo. Boy, I didn't do that very well. Our first waypoint is Vasig. I think that this is from the south. I don't know that we want this one. And we're coming into Medellin. Runway visual flight procedures. Oh, we don't have any. We don't really have one, do we? So we can pick it up at MD 404. There's 402. There's 403. There, okay, MD 404. So when we're coming in, the flight plan actually has us go 403 and 404. We hit this one, and then I guess we come around. Because these two waypoints are in there. So I guess it comes out at MD 404. We do a little turn here, chug, 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 and then I guess they want us to go to the Marinilla VOR, and then hold here, and then Vasug is how we come in. I think that's what we do. Rebellion is spreading. I shall drown them in darkness. Hat-Trick just got the TFDI MD-11, fixed a broken fuel prediction. Accuracy of speed and time prediction. So they every little bit on that airplane, they're just always adding a nice little update. Okay, so now that we generally know what's going on, let's do flight management. So position init. We are at Barranquilla, SKBQ. SKBQ. Barranquilla. We are over here. Let's see. Okay, let's click this here. Maybe the map will load in. Okay, we are at gate 1. Let's see if it knows that we're at gate 1. Okay, it knows that we're at gate 1. So now that we got that number, go get the FMS position. Compare that with the other position, 53. That's not even really close, is it? Let's take gate 1 and use that. I think that's faster. That wasn't even close. Let's come on down here and start alignment. Epsilon Dave just arrived. Welcome aboard, Epsilon Dave. Okay, so now that that's going, let's see if we can't piece together our flight plan. This will be crazy. But putting it in manually like this helps you when ATC, because you know some of those ATC controllers can be a little bit tricky and they're going to give you a reroute in the middle of your flight. What could possibly go wrong there, right? So if you know how to put in a flight plan, it's always a good idea. So I don't do it a lot in the Phoenix, but a lot of other planes I try to. Hi, Lena. Welcome aboard. Did you ever solve your the zombie apocalypse game that you were playing? It's like a month ago, I know, but still. Okay, we are at SKBQ. So, SKBQ, Barranquilla. We're going to go to SKMD. SKMD. Oh, and by the way, these are high altitude airports too. Sort of in the nosebleed section. So, SKBO is our alternate. SKBO. We are our usual lame flight. And our first waypoint is going to be BAQ. BAQ. Now we got to build it up from there. Rob the Swedish chef has arrived. Welcome aboard. The zombie story thing I was playing. No, you are doing more. Lena just said the 4-letter S word. Soon. Vovlu. V-O-V-L-U. V-O-V-L-U. Vovlu. After Vovlu, we're on the UW3 airway. The UW3, and we exit the UW3 at MGN. After MGN, we're on the W3 airway. If there's a WD40 airway, I'm going to start making silly jokes. And that's at Bivig, B-I-V-I-G, B-I-V-I-G, Bivig. After Bivig, we're doing... Now this is MD403. MD403. And then it's MD404. MD404. And that's the end of the flight plan. So execute that. There we go. I know there would be a slick runway. The WD40 airway. Tim Dog is departing out of Phoenix. Where are you going today, Tim Dog? Oh, look at that. Oh, Tim Dog's checking out the MD. Happy landings in the MD-11. Is Betty still aboard and doing good? DJ Mystery, welcome aboard. And Tim Dog is going to go to... Ontario. It could be a slippery slope of humor. It absolutely could. All right, let's open up the flap. And it really takes no time at all that once the door is open, start up the APO. This is going to be, well, just getting the flight management computers all ready to go. Hello, Astro Singularity. Thanks for coming by. Okay, we're going to go to flight level 310, so 31,000 feet. If we have to go to our alternate, that's at 23,000 feet. And that goes there. Now then, let's come over to performance. Copy performance data into the FMS. Set bugs for takeoff, and get ready to do our flex temperature. Okay, this looks good. Here, I'll give you... There you go, DJ Mystery. Okay, so all of that looks good. Execute that. Page 2 is going to be our cruise winds, which is 072 at 7 knots. 072 degrees at 007 knots. Deviation is plus 3 degrees. Execute that. Last page gives us an estimated time of departure It's 2112. I say 2125. 2125 is probably close. Execute that. Now, this one, we're going to probably have to do our transition altitudes here. So back to charts. SKBQ. Pinboard. That's the Barranquilla to departure. Transition altitude is 18,000 feet. That's okay. And then coming in, transition is 19,000 feet. So 18,000 feet, flight level 310, 19,000 feet for transition in, and execute that. Go to performance, and now that flex temperature goes in, and that's over here, and we're going to flex to 48 degrees. So we're saving all sorts of fuel and wear and tear on the engines. We're just such cool pilots. Okay, I think this is all good. So MFD menu, add some VNAV, and go to progress. Radios, we should be on 122.8. We'll squawk 2000. Nothing to change or worry about there. And we're pretty much loaded, so let's go to airport. I didn't get this. And I didn't get the airport for the arrival. And we need that because we need the landing altitude, which is about 5,000 feet. So we'll just hold this down. Lion Drummer is a pretty cool pilot until it's time to cut the packs off. And let's see how that is. There's 2,000 feet. We got to go to 5. This is the only awkward thing to set because you got the dial all the way up like this, and then you have to look down. And so this one is a bit awkward. There's 3,000 feet. We wanted 5. So I'm just kind of holding it, you know, clicking it, just spin, 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 spin. And then every now and then go and check and see. Okay, there's 5,180. So now let's go down. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 100 feet. 2, 4, 6, 8. That should be 5,000 feet. We need to go to 4,922. I'm at 5,000. So 2, 4, 6, 8. That should be 4920. 4920. I think that's as close as we're going to get. That's set. Cool. Okay, departure runway. We're expecting runway 5. That is 048 degrees is our heading on departure. 048. Okay, that's good. On the Barranquilla departure, 3,000, 8,000. Is there a minimum, a maximum? I don't see that. So let's go ahead and just check and see. Let's do, there's 10,000 feet. Let's just crank that up a little bit. How about 15,000 for our initial climb clearance? Okay, all that looks good. I've got an APU. It is available. I'm going to disconnect ground power. All of that looks good. Back to aircraft. I'm going to close up my cargo doors. So there's the one underneath the airplane there, and then you can also see the back cargo door. Cargo doors are closed. I'm going to disconnect the ground power card. That looks good too. Everything looks good down there. Nothing to worry about there. Passengers are aboard. Seatbelts can go on. Seatbelts are going on. We can probably taxi out from the gate here, so why don't we just start here? Closing the main door. Main door is closed. I'm going to go and make sure my parking brakes are in place. They are. I'm going to remove the chocks. Removed, closed, closed, closed. That is done. Flight plan's good. Performance. We've already sent speeds over. I think we can go ahead and start. So beacon is going on. Passengers are in their seats. Fuel booster pumps going on. Starting engine number 1. Got to hold it down a little bit on this airplane since the update. And N2 is going up. I think it's 20%, like on practically every other engine. 16, 17, and 18, 19 always slows down. 20, and fuel. There goes fuel. Over to flight plan. Refresh the weather. Altimeter here is 1006. 1006. And we're going to set the backup. There we go. And there goes one of our engines. We got a good engine there. Starting engine number 2. Hold it down. And engine number 2 starts. Now would be an excellent opportunity to hydrate.
Will drop from above. If this happens, pull down on the mask, place the mask over your nose and mouth, slip the elastic strap over your...
And there goes engine number 2. Lion drummer
Covert drop received. Support logged agent. Much appreciated.
Somebody was just nice. Hang on a second. That was DJ Mystery is tipsy. Maybe that's not the quite the right way to say it. DJ Mystery, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. I know the ads have gotten a little bit more obnoxious lately, haven't they? Oops, I forgot to do fuel. Got to turn the fuel on. Yeah, I know it's usually the case, isn't it? DJ Mystery, you should be back from ads by now. You should be back from ads. And there it goes. Nope. That looks good. Done with the APU. It's usually I wait until both of the pack lights come on.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, agent. Loyalty noted.
Sphinx Music has just come in with a nice resub. Hi, Sphinx Music. Thank you so much, Sphinx Music, for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for being here for 6 months. Awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. And DJ Mystery is back. DJ Mystery, thank you for some nice cheers. That was really cool of you. Thank you for some extra support today, especially as you had to put up with annoying Twitch ads. Let's come on over here, and we got to do a couple of buttons. Here's one of the things you can get in trouble with this airplane. You need to turn on the yaw dampers and the stabilizer trim, and if you're clicking fast, you might miss one. So I always suggest slow down with this part. When you do the yaw damper, make sure you do both clicks. Okay, same thing for stabilizer trim. And then the Mach trim. Otherwise, you could be clicking them a little bit too fast, and that can be a problem. Finally, performance. Takeoff trim is 6.0. So 6.0 down. There we go. Oh, come on. There we go. 6.0. Flaps 8. And I think we're ready to go. Clatton TV is back inside. Hi, Clatton TV. There we go. A nice little CRJ. Let's taxi on out.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
We need to do charts
Loyalty
and the
noted.
airport. Rangi is back, and Rangi was just super duper nice. Hey, Rangi. Thank you for gifting a sub to DJ Mystery. That was awful nice of you. Thank you for doing that. That was really cool. Thank you for being nice to me. Thank you for being nice to other people, too. Not everybody can afford a sub. So I'm really grateful. Clatton TV, this is a cool, cool little airplane. Okay, we're ready to go. Nose light. Oh, I forgot to do the other 3 hydraulic pumps. Okay, now we're ready to go. Let's do probe heaters. Probe heaters are on. Where is the squawk code panel, Bob, on this airplane? Wheelchair Gamer, come down here, go to radio. This is where you'll dial it in, okay? So I'm just going to squawk 2000. Now then, come down here, and to put it actually on, so you see above
Subscriber
stabilizer
confirmed.
trim.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
That was Mr. Jazz gifting some subs to the
Subscriber
community.
confirmed. Top
Hey there,
clearance
Mr.
granted,
Jazz.
Agent. Loyalty noted.
Always reminding us to play some nice music while we're flying. But Mr. Jazz, thank you for being so generous. Gifted 5 subs. Thank you. Awesome of you. Eagle gifted a
Subscriber
sub to
confirmed.
Wheelchair Gamer
Top
just
clearance
now.
granted,
Thank
Agent.
you. Wow.
Loyalty noted.
And Longshanks just did a resub too for 17 months. Thank you. Really, thank you so much for such great support and awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep all my lights on here at Spy HQ. I could not do this without you. This is where you actually put it online. So it says ATC select, dial it over to 1, and that puts you into squawking mode, Charlie. Hi, Ashley. Welcome. Oh, you've been here, right? Yeah, you've been here. Let's go. Parking brakes off. Toe brakes on. Nose wheel steering armed. Let's go. Get ourselves going forward. And turn. Nice little taxi out. Okay, out we go. Takeoff config is good too. Ashley says that X-Plane 12.2 beta is out. And that's going to be just in time for Cross the Pond. Ashley, have you made the decision about what your airplane's going to be for Cross the Pond? Hi, Speedbird. Welcome on in. It's confusing where everything is. That's right, Wheelchair Gamer. But this is a fun little airplane for sure. Not nearly off track enough. I actually kind of feel the same way, DJ Mystery. As I, progress in terms of, building, you know, community, building audience and subs like that. Once I start to get to a certain point, I really do hope to be able to cut back on those as much as possible. It's going to take a while, I know, but eventually if I could turn that off. Ashley's going to take an American Airlines 727. Speedbird, we've got a flight in Colombia right now, and then we're going to do Norfolk to Islip, not Islip, Islip. A 777, not a 727. When was your book? I'm not sure. You wanted to know when? It was sort of a modern day. Oh, when's my booking for Cross the Pond? Oh, I got my flight. I got my flight. We're all set. Let me turn the corner and I can tell you where I'm going and when I'm going to be there. So, Cross the Pond. I am going to do Berlin to Chicago. We are departing at 12:42 Zulu. That is a little bit early here at Spy HQ. But that's what it is. I haven't really decided which airplane. Somebody in chat over on Discord yesterday said that if I wanted to, I could take a Air Berlin A330. Because Air Berlin used to fly A330s. So that might be fun. Ashley, you never saw it? Ashley didn't see, so it's Berlin, Chicago, at 12:42 Zulu. So I don't know. DJ Mystery is going to call it a day. DJ Mystery, thank you for coming on in here today. Hey, I really appreciate the extra little support. I'm glad you got one of those gift subs. We'll catch you later, DJ Mystery. Have a great night. Watch out for, you know, sheep on the runway. And Sphinx Music, I know there was a really nice hype train that just was in there too. There were like 9 gift subs in the middle of all of that. Thank you for doing that. That's really great. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the extra support and helping me to keep lights on here at Spy HQ. This is a total visual approach. That's right. Totally visual on this one. No auto throttle. No fear. Or no sense. You decide. Mikey is back. You fell asleep watching the Aalborg flight. Well, 'tis the season for you to start taking naps right now. 'Tis the season to take naps, Mikey, because, you know, you're going to need your rest for after spring break. So I don't know. I'm going to have to take a look at the A330 and see if I really want to spend 10 hours in that airplane. If I wanted to do, you know, Air Berlin. I could also do a Lufty A350 or something like that. I think I've seen a few people doing some preview live streams of that passenger 727 thing. Sphinx Music, I think that the DC-6 is just a little bit too slow. It's a little bit too slow for Cross the Pond. Can't take DC-6s, and you really can't take the Concorde on Cross the Pond, I don't think. High Priest Medea is back in chat. Welcome back in, High Priest. Barranquilla traffic, there is a CRJ from United approaching runway 05. I see one airplane up ahead that's holding short. We're going to be number 2 behind that one. Barranquilla. Parking brakes. And because they were there first, I don't want to just cut them off. Let's see. Minimum fuel. Minimum fuel is 3.5 for this flight. Let's just check and see how we're doing. I'm at 3.9. I don't think that they're moving, so I think we should go. Speedbird, if my math is correct, a week from Saturday. Barranquilla traffic, that other airplane's not moving. We are going to taxi onto runway 5 and depart Barranquilla. Yeah, North Bay Bear, that'll be a fun airplane to get into the sim because that is an airplane that's actually being used in the real world. And I think that I'm looking forward to that too. Okay, they're just hanging there. Maybe that's just somebody that's plane watching. You didn't see anything about booking? Hey, Kent. Welcome back, Kent. Thank you for coming in today. Well, I am a little bit lazy, but I'm also using the space on Stormy right now for DCS World. In fact, I may actually do, I don't know that if I'm ready to take off, start it up, but I was going to do a quick flight around the Nevada map in DCS World after we land at Islip. Okay, I think we're ready to go. After departure, we fly north, a little bit of a DME arc, and then turn towards Barranquilla. Are we ready to go? I think it's time to get ready to rumble. Takeoff is configured. Nav is set. Speed, I'm going to go and pop this up. I'd like to bug 210 on this. That just gives me an idea of where we are. Shall we get going? Flying time. Throttles up. Flex is set. V1, rotate, positive climb gear, we got a big old yak about DCS from Ashley. Flaps 1. Flaps up. Barranquilla traffic, the United CRJ is now clear of runway 5, departing to the north, the west, and the south. Happy landings, Barranquilla. Okay, let's see if we can't get some autopilot here. I'm going to go to heading hold. Synchronize the heading, speed, and AP. And there's about 250 knots. Flaps are up. Landing gear is up. And we're doing a nice little climb here. It's actually a little bit too much of a climb. Let's go nose down just a bit. We're climbing way too fast. Come on, airplane. Don't be climbing so fast. There we go. That looks really nice. Now then, we got to come over here. We're about halfway. We're going to do a turn to 182 degrees. And that takes us direct to the Barranquilla VOR, and out we go. Let's go back to speed now. And what was that heading again? It was 182. Heading 182. degrees. Hey, we're still flying. Hello, Amagarosa. Welcome aboard. And that's going to take us right to the Barranquilla VOR. That looks really good, too. 11,000 feet. Lights going off. 10,000 foot cabin call. There's our 10,000 foot cabin call. We're going to increase this speed now to 270 in the climb. Since we're above 10,000 feet, everything looks good there. And again, I usually like to just go ahead and get us in the general heading and then do a direct to, especially with some of these airplanes. The older ones especially. Okay. Few more degrees over. There we go, right towards Barranquilla. The VOR. Now let's go direct intersection. BAQ. And execute. And nav. Let's continue our climb. We're going to flight level 310. I wasn't quite fast enough on the climb. There's 310. Climbing a little slow. Let's go back down and climb at about 280 now. Okay. Next step is everything's good up here. Nothing to turn off. We don't have icing. Passengers are happy in their seats. We're climbing at about 280. Reset the heading bug in case it goes, you know, squirrely in some way. That looks good too. And this is all looking good down here. Over to progress. That looks nice. And there's the Barranquilla VOR. Turning south.
Subscriber confirmed.
Altimeter.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Somebody just did a sub. Hang on, let me do this before I forget to hit the stud button. That was November 6542, also known as Rich. Hey, Rich, thanks for the resub. Thank you for an 8-month resub. And error accessing live traffic data. I guess that's over here on this. I bet that's because of that. There we are departing. And out we go. Thanks, Rich. Thanks for the nice resub. Some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Okay, so far so good. Reset the heading bug again. And we are off and running. Checking in on breaks and your lunch break. Hey, thank you for checking in on your breaks and your lunch break today. Hope it's a fast shift and you get to get in your sim cockpit soon. We're going to try and take, so we did the A300, we're doing the CRJ, we're going to try and take the F-28 from Norfolk to Islip. And then an FA-18 around the Vegas map. I still don't know an awful lot of what I'm doing with this. I barely got stick, rudder, and throttle configuration done. In Ashley's favorite simulator, also known as DCS World. I'm getting all that into gear because they're going to release this cool little map about of Cold War Berlin spy stuff. Oh, it's not your favorite. I'm sorry. How could I forget? Okay, so far so good. 25,000 feet. Seat belts are off. No smoking stays on. And all that looks really good. Cabin sounds really good. Rich needs better at airliners. Airliners take a while, Rich. I mean, they really, really, really. Oh, your call sign. That's your dad's Cessna 170? So the thing is getting into airliners does take a little bit of work. I mean, it does. It just flat out takes some work. I can't tell you the number of times that I plowed the Flight Factor 757 into the ground as I was learning about airliners and stuff. So that's just the way that is. Just the way that is. Okay, I bet I've got a route discontinuity in legs. No, I don't think I did the arrival. I didn't do the arrival. Okay, we're coming in. Our arrival today is going to be runway 2. And it's going to be vectors and execute. Back to profile, and eventually we should get a little bit of we should be able to get a little I may have to put this in manually. So after MD 404, yeah, we're gonna have to do this. So the RNAV visual flight procedure. So after 404, we go out to MRN. Okay, so MRN is after that. That's 5,000 miles away, 4,000 miles away. I'm going to take the top one, which is only 200 miles away. And then after MRN, it's VASAG, V-A-S-A-G, 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 VASAG. After VASAG, it's MD 402. MD 402. And I'll take the one that's 200 miles away, not the furthest one away. After MD 402, we need MD 403. MD 403. And take the 200-mile one, and then put runway 2 in there and execute that. Okay, we've got that in there. Bonsoir, Moustache. Welcome on in. Thanks for coming by today. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for reminding me to stretch. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. Okay, coming on up here. So now I'm going to switch my speed over to Mach, and we're going to go to Mach 0.80 as we settle into our final cruising altitude. Hoda got the A300 today, and you're going to fly it tomorrow. You're going to find that's a pretty cool airliner. It's a little bit like Boeing. It's a little bit like an Airbus, and a little bit like McDonnell Douglas. That's the airplane that, quite frankly, Airbus went to school on everybody else on. Okay, let's go out of climb mode. So the little white climb under N1 disappears. Now we're in cruise mode. And then move the throttle down so we're not accelerating past Mach 0.81. And that should be good. Okay, at VASAG, VASAG is 9,500 feet. So let's see if I can put in /9500. I've never done that with this airplane before. There we go. At MRN, it's 12,000 feet. MRN is 12,000 feet. And then at MD 402, it's 9,400 feet. This is just going to provide a little bit of guidance. And then at 403, .97 it says. We're just going to leave that there. Okay, that should be good. Progress. 267 miles away from Medellin. I am not getting a time to top of descent here. Uh-oh, we're going to have to do our own. It's RNG, not MRN. Do I not know what I'm doing? I was talking about this one, not Rio Negro, not this one. I was going straight to this one here. After this, I was just going to come on in here, and after that, do direct to VASAG. That's why I didn't go to that one. Flyer Max, should I have gone down to Rio Negro instead? Cross-eyed Sniper is flying with us in an A321. Welcome on in. Okay, back to legs. Volov 310. Disregard, I didn't pay attention to where he's coming from. Hey, look at that. Did you see what happened? So I came down here and I thought, oh, I should have hit the execute button before we put those numbers in. When I hit that, all of a sudden we have top of descent. How about that? 171 miles. See what happens when you hit the execute button and do the things that you're supposed to do with the airplane? This is why I fly simulated airplanes and not real airplanes. Okay, looking good so far. Now I think we've got a general plan. I think we need just a little bit of thrust here to get us up to Mach 0.80. This is Cross-Eyed Sniper's third flight in VATSIM. How about that? That's pretty cool. Congratulations, Cross-Eyed Sniper. This is a good one for your third flight, because there's not any ATC, so that means you could just kind of cruise along with us and get a little experience chatting on the radio. So 3 cheers for Cross-Eyed Sniper doing that today. Doozy, I did. I am going to be flying across the pond. I was going to do Berlin to Chicago. Berlin to Chicago. I still don't know which airplane. Probably not the CRJ. $160 miles to top of descent. Doozy, LEBL to KIAD. You're coming into Dulles. I think you'll enjoy that one. They also, the ATC around Dulles is going to be good coming in. So I think that, that's going to be a nice flight for you. Let's take a look at... let's see what's going on here. Got a big line of flights down here. Somebody's going from SKCG to someplace. Okay, all that looks good. Let's see if there's anything here. From Norfolk to Islip. Here's ISP. Norfolk and Virginia Beach are going to be down here. Okay. That looks like probably a good route for a Fokker F-28. Islip doesn't start 8-7. I don't know that we're going to be able... I don't know that we're going to hit that event at all, Mikey. I don't think we're going to be able to hit that one at all. 8 p.m. Eastern? Yeah, it could be. That's not going to work. Contalab landed in Barcelona today. The Tolas A319. That was the airplane that I used when I was... that's the airplane that I used. That's how I learned Airbus, was in that one. If we do Charlotte... Well, it's everybody's first day back. We'll fly. Let's fly it. I also added a fourth flight today, Mikey. I was going to do just a very short, let's fire up DCS World and fly around Vegas in the FA-18. Tim Dog had a minus 388 in the MD-11 in Ontario. Hey, that's a big airplane. I'll bet you were carrying more than just Wilson volleyballs. Even though Astro Singularity has the Thrustmaster, would you still recommend that I get the Wind Wing? Well, first question. Astro Singularity, is your Thrustmaster Airbus side stick working good for you? Do you have any problems with it? Doozy had 3 FPM into EGLL. That was a really great one. There is no ISP event tonight. I looked, it's only Mexico City and Toronto. Oh, okay, thanks, Beanie. They may have canceled it, Mikey, so maybe that's what happened. Okay, so Astro Singularity, if your side stick from Thrustmaster is working just fine, that's going and getting the new one is fixing something that's not broken, I think. I really feel it's fixing something that's not broken. And right now, like I've been saying, you know, the world is getting scary. And I think that, you know, saving money is an important thing to do at the moment. So if, you know, why fix something that's not broken? Average Canadian has fish for dinner. I was hoping to do that. That's why I'm slowly starting to get up, and I think it's going to come out in the next few weeks, I think. So, oh, hang on, Mikey. I know what you're trying to do. Try it again, Mikey Moss. Beanie, not playing an awful lot of those. Okay, this is the Islip event. Missing Islip impossible. Flyin Thursday. Islip. Okay, so this is it there. It's 876. Man, I don't know how we're going to stretch that one out. I mean, that looks like a good event, but usually that's about the time that we're starting to wrap things up. I could do the DCS first, but even then, at that point in time, taking an unfamiliar airplane, I'm going to just save it over on the other monitor for now. JSG Droid is
Subscriber
back.
confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
JSG Droid's doing a resub. Welcome in, JSG Droid. We are flying down to Medellin in the CRJ at the moment. Welcome to you. JSG Droid, Dublin to Miami. Hey, that's pretty good. Islip, I know Astro Singularity. I'll try and remember. JSG Droid has been here for 31 months. That was a tier 3. Thank you for really, really nice ATC. Thank you for really great jet fuel in the flight plan, JSG Droid. Appreciate you coming in. Are you done for the day, or do you still have work stuff to do? Do you get to fly? We were going to do the F-28 from Norfolk to Islip, and then I was going to do just a quick zip around the map, zip around Vegas in DCS as we get ready for the Cold War Berlin release. Beanie, can you maybe post those over for people to see over on Discord? I'm trying to, since I'm now live streaming on Twitch and YouTube, I'm trying not to play as many YouTube videos. Sometimes it's entirely okay, but sometimes that can get you into a little bit of trouble. So that's kind of the reason why it is that I'm not doing that so much anymore. Don't pretend to understand all of the reasons why. Average Canadian is doing Saint Martin to Montreal today. You've been doing some longer ones. Ospina, SimBrief in its wisdom gave us runway 2. So if we look over here on the flight plan, the winds are variable at 2 knots. Beanie's going to head out now. Thanks for coming in, Beanie. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming by. Congratulations on your really nice landing. Yeah, winds are variable at 2 knots. So right now, we're thinking about RNP runway 2. Although 2-0 looks like it's a lot more fun. I think I'm going to switch it over to 2-0 just so we can do this little loop-de thing here. The winds are so variable, it shouldn't be a difference, but I think that's going to be the more fun to loop around. So we're actually going to come in and fly over the runway, come around here. There should be between Marinia and Visag. So there's Marinia, there's Visag, and this takes us all the way down in. And we are 80 miles from our top of descent. JSG Droid is done for the day. Got a great price on a ribeye roast, so you're going to cut it up to steaks and freeze and make the next flight. JSG Droid, so you're going to freeze most of that, or you're going to make one tonight, right? Eagle found out that the passenger version does have a working toilet, and you can flush it. Oh my gosh. Well, we've got to jump into that one for sure. Mikey found some great approaches for us this week. We've got some really nice flights today. And that's another YouTube. Like I said, I'm kind of trying to stay away from those these days, just because You're going to do a steak tonight. What are you going to put on that? This is a Turbo Commander coming into this runway. So, Ospina, this is coming into this airport in a Turbo Commander. There's the runway, right? Oh, this is Ospina doing the landing. This is Pablo Ospina's website, YouTube channel. So this is your landing. And there's the runway. Salt on the steak. So this is a great preview. Ospina, thank you. Pablo, this is a nice. Look at all the butter on that real world runway. Lena would not want to live at that arrival. It's a pretty high altitude airport, Lena. There's a golf course at the end of the runway, it looked like, too. So you've got to watch out for flying golf balls while you're coming in. And a very, very nice landing. So definitely want to go and save that. Bob, thank you for showing us your website. That was really cool. Max just landed at LSZ8, Zurich. Coming into land and a golf ball hits the plane. Well, you know. Vinny slammed into SKMD, but it was a nice approach. This was the main airport until Cordova opened and the bigger passenger planes, but mostly that was ATRs. Mikey wanted to know. Lena says it's all times of nope. What if there were like zombies around? What if there were zombies and stuff that you could go zombie hunting? Okay, coming in over here. I'm going to come for 12,000 feet is what I'm going to do for my initial descent around here. That's what we want to be over that one VOR that we're making the turn on. So that's probably a really good one. So dialing in 13 and 12,000 feet. Okay, that looks good. Those steaks sound really good. I did another round of cutting up. I'm really gotten into cutting up fresh vegetables. Made some rice earlier today. And have got a little bit of kikkoman and a little bit of shrimp, and gonna put all that in a little pot and stir it up. I don't really have a wok or anything, but I've been really walking and rolling with that kind of stir fry. Lena says, nah, we already have a plan that if it goes down, you're keeping it secret to yourselves. Oh, because of the zombies and stuff. Got it. Understood. And I think we are 40 miles from our top of descent. Hey, dogs. I've got 5 minutes to top of descent right now. I am a walk star. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I don't even have one. I've seen a few at the grocery store. They look okay. I've been kind of wanting to do that. Well, Mikey, that's the big reason why I'm loading all this up. Now, I know it's DCS Combat Simulator, so it's about shooting down other people and stuff, but that part of the world at that time was, I mean, the spies were everywhere around there. So I'm going to guess that there's probably some surveillance and some other things that we can do. I think you could also go off, there's a carrier you can land on, and you know, maybe something like that. 10 minutes to go. Harold Tim says, boo. Hi, Harold Tim. Welcome in. So, casually, I mean, you know, unless you're going to, you know, I'm not really on any servers or anything like that. But I think that the scenery looks really good. So kind of touring around a little bit. I'm not planning on spending that much time at it. This is more sort of like I'm curious to see all this stuff. Learn my way around. Learn how to relearn how to start up the FA-18 Hornet. And relearn how to do a carrier brake. The kind of landing that you land on, you know, where you land on a carrier. Those are the kinds of things that I was going to try and do with this. The MDA is 8,700. I just like it to give me a 200-foot warning. It's not minimums. We've already made minimums, so we don't have to worry about it. The biggest aircraft, okay, Espina 94 says the biggest aircraft at SKMD is the 737 of the Colombian presidency, but the largest regular commercial is an ERJ 145. And 20 miles to top of descent. Everything's good to go here. So, Norfolk to Islip. Tomorrow, first flights, we've got Frankfurt to Paris de Gaulle. Then we've got Rome to Calabria, and we're doing Sao Paulo to Rio de Janeiro is what we've got set up for those. Saturday, Cairo, Key West to Orlando with continuing service to Atlanta, but we have to change planes. Sunday is Prague and Krakow. Hilo and Lihue on Sunday. Amsterdam and Copenhagen, we're doing vectors to Copenhagen. Valencia to San Sebastian, and Boston to Halifax. So Mikey put together a great week of flights for us. And, you know, just looking forward to each one of those airports next week. The whole list is over on Discord. And bring in the map another click. 10 miles to top of descent. So now I'm going to roll my speed bug back to Mach 0.77. And now I'm going to start to roll my throttle back. We're at 10 miles. So reset the heading bug. Throttle's rolling back a little bit here to start slowing it down. There's a free C-130, so we could do the airlift. And speed. And we're going to do an initial speed descent on this. So they did, there's a free C-130, really. I got to look for that. That'll be fun. I am by far anything that is an expert at DCS. I'm barely able to get it going. So, hey there, Ducky. We are left Barranquilla. We're going to Medellin, and then we're going to do Norfolk to Islip. I heard about them. I haven't seen them yet. Matt Mold, what did you think of the 7.5 pictures? Every time they put out something, they look really good, don't they? They just look outstanding. Okay, I'm going to change my speed over, and we're going to slowly start to reduce our descent speed here. Aunt Malt, you like them? Every time Bluebird puts out pictures of the 757, it looks so good. I've got to try and figure out what file it is that's tripping up my old Flight Sim 2020 just to be able to fly that airplane. Okay, slowly reducing my speed just a bit here. You think it's getting close to release there? Let's make the map a bit bigger now. And now I'm going to go to vertical speed because I need to really start slowing it down fast here. And increase our rate of descent with vertical speed now. Need to be about 2,000 feet per minute. Now there, that's better. Yes, Mountain Man, I did. It's Navigraph Day. Hi, Wolfie's here. Welcome aboard, Wolfie. Happy Thursday. Thanks for coming in. So speed's still coming down. And we're actually going to fly over the runway and loop-de-loop back around. I updated it, but you have to go into the EFB and also update the EFB too? Really? We got to do that too in here? Okay, I didn't know. It's behaving very good at the moment, so that's nice. 25,000 feet. Seatbelts. There goes seatbelts. Happy Pizza and Brew Thursday, my Wolfie. Thank you for coming in today. Aunt Malt wanted to show us something. It's probably the 7.5. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and reduce. This is just a bug. We're no longer in speed mode. I'm just using these as a bug. So if you want to see the 757 pictures, there they are. We're already trying to get the weekend vibe going here. Absolutely. And speed keeps coming down. Let's come over here, go to performance, set the bugs, landing 132. We'll call it 135. And right now we're on our proper descent path, and the airplane is happy. Oh please, I absolutely want that. Ospina says we're doing the procedure wrong. The arrival at Medellin is MRN VOR. And then the approach. You don't actually fly over the airport. So I should have gone to Rio Negro first. So it's the Maranilla VOR first. Then you go to Rio Negro and come back in that way. So this little direct thing that I'm doing here between Maranilla and Vasag, we wouldn't do. Okay, so we need to go to Rio Negro. Let's see. Okay, so 115 RNG. Let's put that in. RNG. Put it in over Vasag and execute that. Now, so that's over there. So what we're going to do is after RNG, would basically turn south and do a box to come in back that way. Now, altitudes. 11,000 feet. I'm going to 12. I think we'll just stay right there. Let's just stay right there. I can proceed visually and cancel instruments at this point. Yeah, no way. I'm not planning on canceling my instruments right now. We're going to stay with these. And thank you for telling us the right way to do it. Okay, altimeters here in Medellin, it's 10:15. Okay, 10:15. There we go, and 10:15 here. There we go, that looks good. That's right, insert chicken sounds here, absolutely. Totally insert your chicken sounds here. Okay, we're heading on over to MRN right now. So I think we're going right to MRN. Lex Stereo is here. Welcome aboard. It's Wednesday for Lex Stereo. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. JM Green Dot. You actually don't need to go to Rio Negro. You could go direct to Dontu and then. I would have gone direct to Dontu and then. I don't think I had Dontu, but I could have done it the other way and then just gone right to Rio Negro and then come right in. Tim Dog is off tomorrow, so today feels like Friday for Tim Dog. Okay, so I'm going to change my heading bug now to 180 degrees. We're going to go direct south after we go past the VOR. Actually, let's just go like this, and we're going to take control right now. There we go. I've got it. And bring in the map click. Cool. It's a long weekend for Cross-Eyed Sniper today, too. Oh, I love tight turns in this airplane. Lex Stereo only worked 2 days last week because of vacation, so now you're confused this week. Aunt Malt, thanks. I'm kind of on a tough approach at the moment. Probably need to concentrate on this, but thank you for putting the pictures in. Slowly working our speed down. Yeah, mine's a little bit messed up right now too. We're going to go over to Marinilla, and then I'm going to turn south and come back in and grab Rio Negro and just come in this way. What could possibly go wrong? On the other hand, spaghetti would be good about now. That would be good. I've got some extra meatballs laying around too. That might be tasty tonight. It's kind of chilly outside. Still got some cold temperatures. It's 2 degrees above freezing, so that's nice. Either that or maybe make some sort of chili or something. It's Taco Thursday for Lex Stereo. Are you making your own tacos? Okay, altitude cap. Get ready with the throttles. And let's go ahead and change our heading now. 180 degrees. And 12,000. We need some throttle here. This airplane will slow down. I still have to find that one spice that you put out there, that allspice thing. I have to find that. They don't. If they've got it, it's well hidden at my grocery store. Okay, there's 210 knots, and we are now heading south. So now we're going to go down here and come back in like this. Taco Thursday sounds good too. really cool lake over there off the left wingtip. Okay, we're 12,000 feet, holding on to about 210 knots. My next altitude that I care about is 9,500 at Vissag. I'm going to put that in right now, but we're not going to descend until there's 3, 4, 5. Irvi gets a double chili cheeseburger with onion rings today. The chili cheese sounds good too. Let's make the map a bit bigger. It's a big bowl of spaghetti, but we're going to go over the Romeo November Golf VOR and kind of loop back in that way. Got some really cool hills around here. Okay, let's try 270 on our heading. There's 270. That's going to get us over. That's going to get us over to the VOR, and then we'll head up at 006 degrees. Getting a little too slow, need a little more throttle. Ospina, just be aware, over Medellin City, the speed limit is 150 knots. So we're a little fast right now. Once we roll out, let's go ahead and rebug a speed here. And we'll start slowing it down before we go to that initial descent. Okay, that looks good. So 150 knots. I'll bet it even, yep, look at that. At Vissag, maximum speed 150. So we're coming over here, and that looks good. Okay, now let's put a bug in for 180. That looks good. And gently start reducing our speed here. And let's turn to 006. Seriously, it should have been 007 degrees, just saying. There we go, 006. And we're not slowing down. I've actually sped up just a little bit. And we'll start a descent at about 5,000 feet per minute. There comes our speed down. Good airplane. Vinny just did a sub.
Confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
How about flaps 1? And this is when I arm my thrust reversers so I don't forget. Add a little bit of power. Don't want to slow down. Now let's go direct to Vissag. Direct to Vissag. And let's get some help from Nav. Nav's going to help us make the turns here. And let's add a few more feet per minute. And now we're catching up with our descent. That looks really good. There's 180. We have a speed restriction of 150 coming in here. So 150 will continue our slowdown. Thanks, Vinny, for the sub. 20 months. Thank you for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Here we are. Medellin traffic. There is a United CRJ. We are south of Vissag, setting up for the RNP, runway 20, Medellin. Okay, looking good here. let's continue to reduce our speed, and let's do flaps 8. Flaps are 8. And continue to reduce our speed. That is a 10-mile range. Got a 140-mile speed coming up, and 9,400 at Istax. We want to be down to 8,700. Our descent is actually pretty good. I'm going to go to that 8,700 now. That's going to just help me out. There's 180. And flaps are 20. Gear, and then when you do that, add a little power. Ospina says, yeah, the international airport, I think, is right below us. We've been to this one a few times before. There's the international airport right there. We've done this one a few times. Okay, how's my speed? Coming up on Ospina. No, Visag. Let's see, ISTAX. Let's just pop that in.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, agent. Stay sharp.
ISTAX. And I just wanted that in there. That just helps us out. Didn't put it in the right place. Used to be you just could not put these in. MD 402. Put it in there and it'll look better. Hey, that looks right. Nope, that doesn't look right either. Ah, that's okay. Okay, how we doing here? And we're almost over Espina's house. 10,000 feet. Landing lights. Cabin call. Everything else looks good up there. So almost over. There's MDO 402. We'll pick it up ourselves after that. Bring in the map a last click. We are definitely a touch high now. And let's increase our rate of descent just a bit. Okay, that looks good. High and fast, welcome to the spy flight. Francisco just did a nice follow. Hi, Francisco, thanks for coming in today. Okay, once we get over this little hill here, then we can kind of just follow the canyon down to the runway. I think that the autopilots had far too much fun. And VAP one last time. VREF is 131. We're going to call it 135. Uh-oh, too slow, too slow, too slow. Cambo is here. Welcome aboard, Cambo. This airplane will slow down on you if you're not careful. Okay, that's better. There's our 150 speed. AP is off. Captain's got the airplane. Gentle descent, not much of one. And then we'll come into our canyon and make our turn. Let's go and use our bug just to help us figure it out. We want to turn to a heading of 242 on this one. That's just going to help us out a little bit. That's the one that we need to be on as we're coming around here. Okay, what do we say again? 131, 135. I'm going to set that bug now here too. 135. There's 242, so we're supposed to roll out there. The next one is 212. And again, that's just a little bit of a guide for us. And that should point us right at the runway. Medellin traffic there at United CRJ is about 6 miles from runway 20, landing Medellin. Got the runway, I think. I hope. I think it's right over there. Ospina says that it's on the right side of the river. We're crossing the river even as we speak. And let's start reducing our speed now. We are a little bit on the high side, yes. High and fast is what all spies fly at. That way, in case we have to make a fast getaway, we can. Flaps are 30. We are definitely a little high.
Sync rate 1000. Sync rate.
Gear's already down. Little speed break out here.
Sync rate. Sync rate. Sync rate 500.
Speed breaks away.
300.
Sync rate.
200.
Here comes our speed.
Sync rate.
100. 50. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Oh, we forgot to put the seatbelts on. I guess we shouldn't have landed.
Flying with us and hope that
And off the runway. Medellin traffic, runway 20 is clear from the CRJ. Happy landings, Medellin. I see gates over here. Mikey has good news. And we've got gates over there, so that looks really nice. Okay, disarm the reversers. Open up the flap, turn off the strobes, turn off the landing lights. And that looks good. How bad was the landing? Uh-oh, did I have not, I didn't have GS, did I not have GSX going? Oh, sure I did. GSX said, how bad was it? Whoops, let's make our turn into the gate. Minus 130? That wasn't so bad. Norfolk or Raleigh-Durham? So, looking in here, here was our figure eight that we did. We came in, and so let's see, we were a little bit early. I think that's the main touchdown point. So we were a little bit short of the main touchdown point, but we were at minus 130 for the landing. I'll say not so bad. It could have been a lot worse. How? It could have been raining. That was a fun approach. That was a fun landing. Okay, that's apparently where we stop. Nose light. Parking brake goes on. Everything looks good up here. I think, did I get the flap open and the APU is up and running? No. We have to actually turn the APU on if we want to use it. Ant9K is back in chat. Hi, Ant9K. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Jay in the UA, we're going to do Norfolk, although somebody said we ought to maybe, Mikey says maybe we ought to go out of Raleigh-Durham instead. We could fly out of Raleigh-Durham. And Ant9K says posture check, stretch, and hydrate. We'll do the hydrate in just a second. I'm waiting for my APU to come up. And APU is coming up. There's EGT. APU is available. So engine number 1. Engine number 2. Stop squawking. Fuel pumps. Probe heaters. And we'll leave the 3A hydraulic system on. Beacon and seat belts. Come over to aircraft. We'll go and put some chocks in, get a ground power cart, open up cargo and doors, and see if a jetway will come out for us. Hey, look at that, the jetway's coming. And we got our doors open. And we made it. That was a fun approach. And there was some incredibly great real-world pilots that came in and said, hey, look at this. You're too high. Yeah, you ought to turn this way. Thank you for that. We didn't do it quite exactly, but this was a fun arrival in. This was a really fun arrival coming on in there. So we got a couple of airplanes still coming in. Looks like somebody's coming in right now. Yep, there goes somebody right in right over there. Uh-oh, I think there was a bounce. We didn't see it. Beethoven says that yeah, this was the town airport. This was the town, not the main international, so I don't think we've ever been to this one before. Ospina, thank you for telling us about this. Okay, so we've got one arrival. So let's see. I know we all have a really nice scenery for Raleigh-Durham. Would you like to swap out Raleigh-Durham for Norfolk for our next flight? Oh my gosh, look at that. Big news. Mountain Man started instrument ground training today. Holy moly. That is absolutely amazing. I didn't realize you'd started that. That's pretty cool. Beethoven, it's fun to fly over the city and the small hills. It's really cool here. Mikey, okay, so we're thinking that we're going to switch our next flight departure for Raleigh, and that's KRDU. Now, if you're already on the ground in Norfolk, go ahead and stay there, but why don't we go ahead and make that switch? Beethoven, you didn't get, well, were you busy with your own landing? It was a really nice one. I know, 3 cheers for Mountain Man. I mean, really doing cool stuff. MF Gore, yeah. That's really, really pretty neat. Boston would be too short for Islip too. So Raleigh-Durham might be the best thing. Shall we get going? I know there's one other airplane that's coming in on this arrival. So if you're coming in, be sure and let us know how your landing goes. Qantas Sim Pilot has come back in. Hi, Qantas Sim Pilot. Welcome on in. How about some spy jams? I'm going to go and blow out of here. Conti and Fighty have been here that you've flown in, Beethoven. Qantas Sim Pilot is enjoying beverages after work. That's part of what you do after work, right? Okay, so let's see what we got here. So if we do Raleigh-Durham up to Islip, that's going to be the event. I just wanted to take a quick look at the airport itself. KISP. I just wanted to see what flies in here. So there is a Southwest flies a 737 in here. Southwest flies 737 800s into Islip. Cross-eyed Sniper, you went around and the sim crashed? Really? So I was watching you coming in, and that Frontier flight flies an A320 in here, a Neo. JetBlue flies an A320 in here. Since this is going to be a major VATSIM type of an event, I think I'm about ready to be a bit of a coward here and maybe fly an airplane I know a little bit better than, say, the F-28. JetBlue flies A320s. I'm sorry your sim crashed, Cross-Eyed Sniper. I knew you were flying in with us today. Okay. So I may just take my sporty little jet here and do that. Stop. I need to go and quit. I need to load in a new airport. You never made it? So, the closest thing that I've got right now is going to be probably my little blue tulip for this next one. Unless they'd let me fly a, a lifty or something. Hang on. There it comes. Okay. So we're going to do Raleigh-Durham. KRDU. I thought I had a Raleigh-Durham there.
New recruit detected.
Okay.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
I don't think I've got any of those in there. Well, I thought I had sceneries for both of those, so that's good. Let's go and get the simulator going. Cross-eyed Sniper says, don't worry, fly out of Boston. Jay in the UA, you could do that. Pilot Dur 747 just did a follow. Welcome aboard. The problem is we want to arrive and do this VATSIM event, and Boston is too close to Islip. And we don't want to just spend a whole bunch of time sitting around. So that's why we're doing something else. Dogs is already there. Dogs, did we change your flight plan to? I know we always do this to you. Piloter 747, guten Abend, back to Germany. Thank you for coming in and saying hi today. It's also a little bit later, so I'm going to go with a call sign that I might not forget and go from there. So you'll have to forgive me. We're too close. Dogs. Norfolk is too close for the event. Alaska is back in chat. Welcome back in, Alaska. All right, so I know it's lame. I'm going to go with the call sign that I'm not going to forget. It's probably going to get busy. KRDU, KISP. Islip, not Islip. Islip. I'm going to do my 19 just cuz. Martel is going to call it a night. Martel, thank you for coming in. Happy new, well, not really new week. Happy Thursday. We'll see you next time. Have a really great evening. Okay, departing 2-3. Shall we just trust it? There's no ATC right there right now, so we'll just trust this. I think we only need 15 minutes of extra fuel. I have faith. Let's generate a flight. Martel, thanks for coming in. Have a great evening. See you on Finally Friday tomorrow. See you in Frankfurt. No fear, right? Okay, got to close that one. Give me a PDF file, although I don't need it with this airplane anymore. So, current plan, save that. We need an autopilot, and I'm going to use a computer today. North Bay Bear. Okay, that's good too. Now then. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. Flight level 370. I don't think so. I'm going to go to 35. I'm going to just go to 35. File. Okay, we're in. Chickening out is no longer an option. Okay, we changed that. And I'm going to chicken out of the Fokker F-28. The fact that I saw that it was a New York VATSIM event. Drum is going to start from Charlotte. There's a little ATC there. I think we're going to have plenty of ATC once we get there. Okay. Hang on a sec. Let's see if this actually works. And there's the title. Now, dogs, if you're already on the ground and waiting and ready to go at Norfolk, if you just delay your departure, that might be all you need to do. I know you've been waiting there a while, though, and we're always making these last-minute changes. All right, so I just want to see. I know we've got Raleigh. Why is that not showing up? Okay, so I've got the Raleigh loaded in. And I don't have an Islip. So that's good enough. Let's go get an airplane. North Bay Bear, make all the chicken sounds you want. Especially when we start to get late in the day like that. I really do start to get a little bit absent-minded when I'm flying around. And just I'm sitting here listening for my call sign. You know, if it were just me, wasn't live streaming or something like that, I probably wouldn't even notice. But okay, I need IAE engines. Need some IAEs for this. Oh, wow, that was the heat that turned on. Why, it's going to probably be chilly tonight. It's going to probably be a little chilly tonight. Save. Now then, let's see who's at Raleigh-Durham. So VATSIM radar, RDU. There's Richmond, Roanoke. Here's RDU. Okay, RDU is pretty clear. I think my airline parks down here. Okay, we ready to go there? That loaded in. KRDU, Raleigh-Durham. And let it generate a little bit clearer map. There's the airport. Nobody's there. And this is Delta 11. Too bad we're not coming in here. Raleigh-Durham is the airport that has, of all of the arrivals, they have the dumpster arrival. Because nothing sounds like flying than the dumpster arrival. Ah, yeah, you're seeing this usually is over on the other monitor. It's got to be on the main one. Okay. Well, it'll be nice to use the McDo again. Dustin, we made them come up with the name. What made them? I don't know the story behind the dumpster arrival. I think maybe it's because it came in over the town dump or something like that, for all I know. But yeah, they've got one called the dumpster arrival here, which isn't terrible. Dog sim brief in its wisdom, as always. Sim brief said 2-3 left and 3-3 left. Because of course sim brief knows all, right? Maybe they dug the arrival out of the dumpster. And yeah, as the airplane sits there, it just kind of flaps, the wings flap there a little bit as it's sitting. I usually wait until these little, movies just simmer down a bit and then I'll hit ready to fly. Just cause. Okay, that looks good. Cockpit. We're gonna do the JSG Droid Phoenix panel state, cold and dark, activate. Do it that way. The CRJ is a blast mount, man. It really is. I mean, it's a fun airplane. It's challenging. There's a lot to do in that airplane too, which is neat. And this is my A319, the little sports jet. Dog is looking at Flight Radar 24, and at Islip they're using runway 24. So we'll plan, Dog says runway 24 for arrivals at Islip. I usually, in an event like this, when I'm just trusting a SimBrief flight plan, I usually won't put in the arrival until we get a little closer and we start to get information. So like Dog said, SimBrief said 3-3 left, but in the real world 2-4, and I would go with what's going on in the real world. Okay, all of this looks good. Ground services, it's called a jetway. Here comes a jetway. Hey, I was here first. Come on, you're being mean. Get out of there. Lex Stereo, amazed at how much we forget we love certain planes when we couldn't use them in 2024, the CRJ and now the E-Jet. E-Jets are now in 2024, right. So I'm just kind of waiting until afterwards. Man, there we go. Yeah, so you gotta have 2024. Okay, let's do battery. Battery. External power. Nav and logo lights. Odd ones. Those are on. No smoking. Emergency exit lights. And that comes in. That's gonna happen there, dogs. That's a pretty big airplane you got there. SIM update, Beta 2, and the E-Jet have been stable. I was thinking about it. I remember I went and I joined the beta for SIM update 1. And then when I got out of the beta, I had to reset every setting in Flight Sim 2024. And so I don't know how long we'll have to wait for that, but it just sort of like, I don't know if I really want to go about resetting all of my settings just to get the E-Jets. Air operations, flight init, data request. Yeah, Lex Stereo. My guess is it will be soon. So, air operations, received, load sheet. Cool. Yeah, it really was kind of a frustrating thing in the end too. So, okay, init. Let's see if I remember how to do all this. Init request. Probably good practice for Frankfurt Friday tomorrow. And there is Raleigh Durham. And let's come up here and do ADIRS 1, 2, 3. Crew supply of oxygen. And master switch for the APU. I'm going to open up cargo. And pilot brief. Crossed index is 47. I filed for flight level 350, not 7. Winds and request. GSX. Actually, we used GSX for the... We did use GSX for the pushback at Hamburg today. It pushed the A350 back. Okay, we're during the Hurricane 4 departure. So Hurricane 4 is vectors out to feeble. An initial climb clearance is 6,000 feet. So 6,000 feet is good. Wind data is aboard. Return. And init page B. Zero fuel weight is 55.6. We'll just go ahead and round it because the airplane's going to. And 30.2. And that would be our zero fuel weight up there. So maybe we'll use GSX for our pushback here. Pilot brief. 0.150. Man, we needed a lot more fuel for the taxi and the A350, but bigger engines and stuff. Thanks, Dogs. Dogs just gave you your CTAF frequency. Okay, contingency 0.609. Alternate 1.68. Let me guess, Kennedy, right? No, Philadelphia. And 1.0 is final. Fuel planning is green. 127.45. 127.45. There we go. Auto ATC says our squawk for this is going to be I'm going to be 6242. Okay. Hi, George. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Good to see you. Happy Thursday. Flying Eli just arrived in too. Welcome, Flying Eli. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. Okay, Atlanta, Boston, DC. I think DC Center. Oh, I think DC Center covers us here in Raleigh. So we may need to stop the presses and do clearances. Yep, DC Center, we got to stop the presses. So let's see here. Hi, all about that space. Thanks for coming in. Okay. So that looks good. Weight and balance is good. Let's return. Let's see. DC Center. DC Center is 133725. Okay. Let's see if we hear anything. I don't want to put in the flight plan yet, just cause.
Washington Center, American 926, inbound to Richmond. We're about 15 miles to the southeast of the Flat Rock VOR at 5,800.
All right, look at this.
Contact, descend and maintain 5,000. You can
look at this. DC Center just popped up in ATIS.
100.
Descend and maintain 5,000. Expect visual approach runway 2. Turn right heading 100 American 926.
We don't have it yet.
Washington Center, good day. JetBlue 1959 on the ground at
400
Raleigh. We have Alpha aboard requesting IFR to Islip.
Alright, aircraft calling for IFR standby break. Palm 1286 Washington Center radar contact. Climb and maintain flight level 340.
Up to flight level 340.
JSG droid got in requesting clearance.
Who called for IFR clearance from me?
JetBlue 1959 at Raleigh.
Roger that. You can expect that PDC shortly.
Washington Center, hello from United 441. Also on the ground at Raleigh-Durham. Could we get in line for one of those hot rock and flame-throwing PDCs too?
Should have already got one.
It came in just as you said. Thank you, Washington Center. Woo! A hot rock and flame-throwing PDC. How about that? And there it is. So, departure, Raleigh-Durham ISP. Raleigh-Durham Hurricane 4 departure, feeble transition. Not feeling that feeble right now, but okay, coming on in. Sardi to ISP, altitude is good, squawk is good, cleared, blah, 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 maintain 6,000 feet. Departure frequency, contact ATC for taxi. Push and starts at our own discretion. Looks good. I think this is going to be great. How about that?
Actually, called around just east of Stan Hills at 15,700.
Okay,
Expected
so shall we get going?
Right, Raleigh,
So, Spader 1. And Spadaro, it is very complex. It doesn't have to be. So here's the thing about flight sim. You want to get in some of these big complex jets like we're doing like this. And yeah, it's going to be complex. It is. But when you're starting out, you're going to be flying like Cessna 152s. Holy moly. I think Dogs is in the A380 over there. So the thing is yes, it is complex. This is probably one of the best modeled airplanes in the sim. It's that good. And there's a lot of this that is modeled in the plane. But you don't have to do this, Ansprader, unless you want to go and do this. You can go flying around in the Cessna.
New recruit detected.
And it's easy.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
So
stay sharp.
You're right, though, about one part of it. The learning curve is going to be kind of a big one. It is going to be kind of a big one. Bog is back in chat, and Campbell wants to know if anybody flies FedEx Virtual. I know somebody who flies FedEx Virtual. Guess who? It's Loviz. Loviz is currently on a real-world flight right now, coming back to the U.S. But yeah, Loviz flies FedEx Virtual. Information Alpha is now aboard, departing on the 2-3s. Departing on the 2-3s. So over here, I'm gonna guess it's going to be 2-3 right. Let's plan for that one. Let's see. Ann Spader, you did this flight from Kennedy on Monday. Oh, did you do that in the real world? Dogs is having problem with V-Pilot because you can't hear anyone. I tell you what, I'll get on the radio and I'll have VATSIM. I'll tell them to speak louder and shout when they're talking to you. Will that help? I'm sorry, that's not fun. That's not funny. Dogs, I haven't had any trouble with V-Pilot at all. Did you get... Wait a minute. Well, up, dogs. Time out. Guess what? You've got to come down here to the radio panel, and you have to turn these little guys on. So these are off. You have to hit this little button and turn the light on. And you have to push that button so that the little white thing is on too. You got to do those. Try it again. Good evening, Tim J. V-Pilot was being weird. So, but yeah, Aunt Spadaro, these can be complex, but they're a good time. Okay, let's put in the flight plan. So, flight plan. We are going to expect Raleigh-Durham. Our departure runway is going to be 23 right. So 23 right is our departure runway. It's going to be the Hurricane 4 departure via Feeble and insert. Cool. Coming on in, I'm not going to pick anything, but let's go over here. Dogs found out that they're also using, real world, they're using runway 24. So let's go and get an approach for runway 24. It's an ILS. So let's go ahead and be prepared for that because that's what's going on in the real world and we should plan this. So ILS runway 24 via Calverton. Let's plan ahead and just do that. ILS runway 24, no star. Yeah, we didn't do that. And the VIA is going to be via Calverton. So let's go and pop that in. The flight plan gave us that. I'll bet. Okay. Captain Chris is here. Good evening, Captain Chris. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. All right, and there might be one route discontinuity in there. Wow, look at the, oh boy, am I glad I didn't put this flight plan in my hand. Okay, over to Annette. Let's go board the passengers. It's time to get out of here. Phoenix, mass and balance. We got 144 passengers. Let's go ahead and board them now. APU is up. Let's get the bleed on. Let's turn some temperatures up over here. thing about the airplanes is they're complex, but they're incredibly well modeled. So, Aunt Spader, you also get a really functional cabin. Now, just because there's nobody in the seats on this airplane, it still means that the airplane's loaded. They just don't. There are ways to model passengers, but it makes your computer work harder. So I'm not modeling passengers right now. We can come over and check out the galley. We got an espresso machine on this airplane. So that's pretty cool. We've got that. If you go outside your airplane, you could do a full walk around and check all the little things that you're supposed to check when you walk around the airplane. So it's a really, really well done plane. Okay, all this looks good. Okay, 25 of 144 passengers are aboard. So while we're waiting, let's just go ahead and make sure that we like this. Coming into Islip. Islip Airport, we got a little gate here to the south side. Dog says they're using runway 24. So after runway 24, it's going to be Whiskey, Sierra, and that gets us to the terminal. SimBrief gave us 3-3. The real world is over here. Okay, I think that's okay. We can make that work. Hi, Beethoven. An espresso. That's right. It's only for the people up front, right? You want your own. You're gonna have to bring your own coffee. Okay, over here, looking good. And so, Aunt Sprader, these are real-world charts. This is something. This is called Navigraph, and we actually get to use real-world charts and stuff like that for this. So this is a really deep immersion kind of a thing. If you like travel and you like airplanes and stuff like that, this is the place to go. JSG Droid says tower is up, and I'll bet their ATC is towering over all others. Yeah, I tried. Let's see. Raleigh-Durham Tower is 127.45. 127.45. So as we're continuing to blow your mind, the people that you hear us talking to, these are real people, but instead of flying flight simulators, they do air traffic control. And so you see this little map here. There's Raleigh-Durham there. Here's a Southwest flight on this network called VATSIM. I'm going to put a link into this for you so that you can kind of look at this. You don't have to be a member of VATSIM right now, but you can go and zoom in all over the place and see it's a global network. There's ATC all around the globe. Tomorrow at 1900 Zulu, about 2 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to be in the big event where there's a ton of ATC and a ton of airplanes. It's the For Experts Only Frankfurt Friday is what we're doing tomorrow. Tim J says controllers are people, we're just not sure if they're real. So what we're going to do is we're coming up here from Raleigh-Durham, and we're going to just fly up the coast here to Islip. I got to keep saying it correctly here. Okay, so that all looks good. Hey, we got a squawk code. Did I put that in? 6242. Squawk code is great. Let's do a click over here. Nothing to worry about there. How's boarding going? I think all of this is good. So over here on the Phoenix app, 97 of 144. Tim J says, I need to do Volanta. You're absolutely right. Thank you. Thanks, Tim J. And this should get us on Volanta. That should have flight data at the top of the screen. Okay, all of this looks good. Now we're waiting for page 2. And that looks great. I think we're all pretty much ready. Raleigh-Durham ATIS, Information Alpha. Altimeter is 3018. So inches of mercury. 3018. Initial climb clearance was 6,000 feet. We got to set the co-pilots. 3018. And we have a backup altimeter. Let's set that one as well. 3018. That's good. Go over to the map, bring that out, put constraints up. We did get a clearance. We're all ready to go. We're just waiting on the last 20 passengers to walk down the jetway. It's always those last 20 that are bad. I bet we're loaded in cargo. I'm going to go over here to ground services. Let's close the cargo doors. Yep, you can close your cargo doors too. Dogs, did you ever figure out your radio? Did you hit those 2 buttons and stuff? Did that help? Or is it still being a pain in the butt? Got a JetBlue already pushed and started. Okay, this looks good. Mass and balance. Airplane is loaded. That looks great. I say we close up and get out of here, and we'll use pushback. We'll use GSX to push back. So go to ground. Let's toggle the jetway. We're going to stay on the APU. Disconnecting ground power. Fuel pumps can go on. Fuel pumps going on. Seat belts. Doors are closing. Doors are closing. Ground power can disconnect. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to disconnect chocks and cones. Come over here. Let's do departure perf. That JetBlue, that's JetBlue 1959. Uh-oh, there are droids flying that airplane. I'm not sure if they're the droids that we're looking for, but there's JSG droid flying. Okay, all of this looks good. Numbers are ready for departure. Let's come on over here. Marshmallow is back in chat. Hi, Marshmallow. Welcome on in. Okay, read back runway, hold short, contact ground prior. Okay, they would like us to contact prior to push and start. Let's get GSX going. Here's GSX. Prepare for pushback and departure. There is our ground crew. Marshmallow, thank you for some nice cheers today. Thank you for being so cheerful. Welcome aboard.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Hey, we're ready to be pushed back. How's that sound? 12745. Let's get on tower. Let's go ahead and start squawking and get on their radar screen. I'm going to turn the radio up. There's radio.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Cool. ECAM checklist is clear. I think we're ready to go. Latest date is at Raleigh-Durham. Is still Information Alpha. And we are at Gate Delta 11. We're going to probably push back to the left. I'm just going to wait till they hook up.
Locking gear.
Raleigh-Durham Tower, very good afternoon from United 441. We're in A319 at Gate Delta 11 with Information Alpha. Clearance is aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
United 441, are you the same guy as 1959?
Well, I mean, you know, we kind of, you know, flying around some of the same airports, but we're behaving.
Y'all sound exactly alike. Quick start approved,
Facing east for United 441. We sound alike? Let's see. Nose to the left, tail to the right.
Release parking brakes, please.
Flash Duck, welcome aboard. Welcome to the land of the Wisecracks. Good to see ya. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming in. JSG Droid, what on earth? Yes. What on earth is going on with that? And there we go. Nice pushback.
Cabin crew, arm doors and cross-check.
What are you doing? What the hell is GSX doing here? A very nice compliment. What on earth was that? Starting engine number 1 before the pushback. I think the pushback driver's been, you know, starting one.
Raleigh Tower. Good evening. Wing comm, runway 23 left air.
A little too much pizza and beer in the Raleigh-Durham Tower, or in the pushback truck. Are you going to start the turn? Stop. Come on, GSX. Stop. Stop here and complete pushback. GSX is freaking out. Parking brake.
Please set parking brakes. Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Oh my gosh. GSX is a little bit weird. Good engine start.
Bit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
I think GSX is really confused about now. Okay, good start on 1. How are our engines? Engines look good. No vibration, no oil loss. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. N2's going up, and that looks good. I don't think I was the droid the controller was looking for. Yep. And there's going to get the pin.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Okay, we got one crew that's going to walk right through the right landing gear. And she walked right through the engine too. Hey, there's our gear pan. Salute and release from guidance. Bye. See you later. Thank you. Gotta love GSX. Gotta love GSX. And engine number 2 is good. Starter back to normal. Starter's going to normal. Done with the APU bleed. Done with the APU. And let's go to performance. Performance looks good there too. We need to disconnect the nose wheel. And let's do control checks. Elevators. Ailerons. Rudder. Trim's going to be up 0.5. There we go. Flaps are going to be 2. Flaps are 2. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are max. Looks good there. Everything's nice there. Everything's nice there. I think we're ready to go.
23 right, clear for takeoff.
On departure,
Biff
210,
Gimbal
clear
is
for
back.
takeoff.
Hey,
23
they have
right,
quite
for
the attitude. S.O. Soratical, did I say that right? Would I recommend 220 over to 2024? I'm in 2024 right now, and I'm really enjoying it. It's working really, really good. Raleigh Tower, hello again from United 441, pushed and started from Delta 11, requesting taxi.
United 441, runway 23 right, taxi at Foxtrot Bravo 9er.
Foxtrot and Bravo 9er for United 441, going to 23 right. Foxtrot and Bravo 9. That looks good to me. Taxi light on. Cabin call. Good. Cabin call is good. Parking brakes are off. Tow brakes are on. Looking over here. No problem. Out we go. Tim J is going to call it a night. Good night, Tim J. Thank you for coming in. Have a great evening. Yeah, Biff, I think we had a little bit of that, and Tim J called it the EIEIO engines. Cabin is secured. We're ready to go. ECAM checklist is green. Takeoff config check is green. Predictive wind shear going on. We're ready to go. And it was talking about being blown away. We all have some controls in our sim cockpits. If you look at some of the things from a company called WinWing, you'll see that we've got flight sticks and some autopilots sitting on the desk. So, you know, one of the things is that really helps a little bit in some of the events. So I've got, you know, real world size controller that looks just like that sitting on the desk. There goes JSG Droid, who apparently was accused today of sounding like a spy. I've also got some throttles and a side stick and then some rudder pedals too. Those are the things that you would fly with in the real world. Everything looks good to go there. Passengers are nice and happy. First class passengers are getting sauced.
1959, 1,600 for 6,000.
And there we go. Closing the door.
Then contact departure.
Departure is 124.9. 124.9's departure. There we go. Whoops. 124.9. Oops, somebody forgot to put in the finals, but I think all of my numbers are the same. Yeah, those should be all the same. I think my init page B fuel on board was 7.1. That's correct. So we'll just go with the automated number on this flight. I don't think we're going to run out of fuel. Back to performance. Don't see any alligators on the runway here. WinWing says that at the end of April you won't be able to use the global site in the US because of tariffs. Yeah, I'm afraid until the crazy stops, we're probably not going to be able to do an awful lot with that. I don't know what to say. I mean, the WinWing stuff looks great. I can't wait to see their throttles and flap lever, but you know. Okay, coming on over here, we're gonna go to Bravo 9. That looks good. On the Hurricane departure, it's gonna be runway heading. So runway heading and then vectors to Stormy, Hurricane, and Feeble. Fortunately, you know, most of us got, you know, a side stick, some form of an autopilot and maybe a big do.
442, good evening, Raleigh Tower.
Okay, and we're coming out to Bravo 9. That's all the way at the end. And there's Bravo 9 right over there. You could still use the US site. It's not, oh yeah, it's not going to stock fast. And it even says Bravo 9 in the sign over there too. Since we're all kind of going the same place, I figure we don't need to hurry to the runway. So we've got some good traffic separation going in. There's that Speedbird pushing back over there.
United 441. Turn left heading 210, wind calm, runway 23 right, clear for takeoff.
After takeoff, we are turning left to a heading of 210. Clear for takeoff, United 441. Stromps. Looking good. Look over there. Always check. Nobody's on approach. Good. Yeah, sunrise and sunset in the sim is absolutely the best place. Okay, runway 23, lined up, landing lights. Let's go. Throttle's up about halfway. Engines are stable. Elapsed timer. Manual flex. SRS, runway is set. Auto thrust is blue, it's flying time. .100 knots, hands off the tiller on the stick. 120. V1, hands off the throttles and rotate. Positive climb gear. And we got a turn. Left turn, 210 degrees. Lever climb, thrust climb. Flaps 1. Speed brakes disarmed. 210. The pilot is never stable on the spy flight. Always in serious trouble at all times. Over to departure for United 441. Thanks. Have a great weekend. And departure 124.9. Raleigh departure, very good evening. United 441 heading 210 degrees, passing 3,000 for 6. Helps if you've got a pilot that can dial in the right frequency. It's 124.95. Raleigh departure, hello there, United 441 passing 4,000 for 6 heading 210 degrees.
At 441 Raleigh departure, good evening. Climb maintain 1-2000, proceed direct Stormy.
12,000, we are direct Stormy for United 441. Okay, that's going to be a left turn. flying a little bit by hand for a while because it's fun. And a beautiful night. And that's what it would look like if we were departing out of Raleigh-Durham about now. There's Stormy. Good name for a computer. Roll out. Canutus is here with beer cheers. Hi, Canutus. Welcome on in. Thanks for some nice beer cheers today. And flaps and slats going up. Slats on the leading edge of the wing. And still trying to come around to Stormy here. Murdinator is here with WoW. Irby's got a computer named Lightning. And there's direct Stormy. And now we'll do a direct 2. So direct 2, direct to Stormy, and insert. Autopilot going on. AP's got us. Out we go. After takeoff items. Flaps are up. Speed brakes are disarmed. Landing gear is up. All is right with the world. Passing 8,000 and change. Coming up on 10,000 feet. We'll do lights and cabin call. 10,000 feet. Landing lights off. Nose lights off. 10,000 foot cabin call. And there we go. Starting our speed up. Direct to storm. Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good. Wonder what that was. Something disconnected. Over to performance. And 12,000 feet. So far, so good. I have a feeling that we pushed back about 5 minutes late today, though. So we'll get yelled at about that. What on earth disconnected? Something's not happy and stormy. I just hope we can do the flight. And there's 12,000 feet.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Nadarith, I don't know if I said that even close to being right. Nadarith, welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. Thank you for coming by. Rob, the Swedish Chef outdoor camera. Yeah, but it usually makes a different sound. It is the outdoor camera. I thought that disconnected a long time ago. And it usually does make it, but I thought it was a different sound. More snow. Temperature hasn't changed much. It looks like the skies are going to break up. Probably chilly tonight. New Zealander, welcome back in, New Zealanders. So far, so good. And there's 12,000 feet at Stormy. Well, I don't think it was there. And nothing appears to be weird down below, so I guess we're okay. There's our turn in Stormy. DC Centers 133725. All set for DC Center. Nadareth wants snow. PMDG, yeah, we're thinking, I don't know, maybe in time for the weekend. I'm not sure. Probably in time for Cross the Pond, which is the 26th. So I'm guessing that that's going to be ready to go. That'll be nice. Haven't heard much from Departure, though. I wonder if some sort of an audio thing failed. New Zealander is going to do a long haul Manchester to Dubai. What's that? About Manchester to Dubai, what? About 14 hours, maybe? 12 to 14. That's not the shortest of flights. Hope you got a first class seat. 6 hours. Oh my gosh, I thought it was going to be a lot more than that.
441, contact Washington Center 133.72.
13372 for United 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. Washington Center. And
Rouge 1750, would you like to go direct Scarp?
Scarp. Rouge. I don't think we're doing any more constraints.
Washington Center, good evening, American 545 with you passing through 1111.
New Zealand wants to do Manchester to Los Angeles.
Record 545 Washington Center, hello, climb and maintain flight level 350. Maintain level 350, American 545.
Washington Center, hello again from United 441, level at flight level at 12,000.
United 441 Washington Center, hello, clear direct to Briggs, climb and maintain flight level 310.
Flight level 310, we are now direct Bricks, United 441. And direct to Bricks. Hurricane, Feeble, Guild, Sod, Kaola, CJ, Bissell, Rad.
$44, welcome to Washington Dulles, right on to
Briggs,
Yankee,
not
the
Bricks.
regulator.
Direct Briggs.
Right, Yankee to the ramp, $44 here.
Briggs, not Bricks. So like.
Hey, Center for JetBlue 951, can you spell Sopper for me again? It's Somper, Sierra, Mike, Papa, Romeo, Romeo, and then join the Quebec 85 to Leopard.
Sunset flying's a really good time. AZ, you're having a hard time with the A380?
Sierra, Mike, Papa,
it's such a big
Romeo for that? Double Romeos. Double Romeos, gotcha. And then Quebec 85 to Leopard, got it.
And we're out at Feeble.
All good.
Okay, let's come over.
JetBlue 195, same Mach number.
Mach number.
JetBlue 195, right now we're doing 0.76. Roger that, JetBlue 195, maintain Mach
we got an
0.78 or greater.
for Islip.
0.78 or greater, 195.
Landing and departing runway
JetBlue
24, Dogs was
951,
right.
climb and maintain flight level 340, maintain Mach 0.77. Actually, no, maintain Mach 0.75.
So we're all set. Dogs figured it out right.
And then up to flight level 340.
Nadareth, you were trying to fly last night.
Alpaca 33 Golf, maintain Mach 0.76 or less, basing to Orlando.
Mach 0.76 or less.
Isn't it nice to fly? It is. It absolutely is. I love flying the sim into warmer places while we have snow outside. Definitely like that for sure. Okay, next thing is altimeters at 18,000 feet. But Mikey, it is nice to go to places where there are palm trees and cute little things like that. coming up on 18,000 feet. Altimeter flipping time.
American 5522, cross billet at 12,000, the Baltimore altimeter 3018.
Cross billet at 12,000.
Altimeters.
5522.
Cabin call. Flight attendants can get up and start doing that Diet Coke thing. And we're 53 miles from top of climb. Over on the flight plan, it says we're 391 miles out of
American 2044, radar contact lost.
Islip. And I was looking down at the flight plan for that. So 389 miles. We'll be landing at 0049 Zulu.
Center, hello, Golf.
So if you want to see landing, it's 2348. So it's going to take about an hour between now and the time we get to land. Hey, Reese.
Something in the landline. Standby.
Welcome, welcome.
Alright, sorry about that. November 650 Kilo Delta, Washington Center. Hello, common maintain, level 210, clear direct to drone. Direct drone up to 210, go.
It's the comedy club night tonight here. It's comedy night here at Washington Center. So here we all are coming up here. So our arrival airport's right at the top of the map. Mikey is going to fly out of DCA.
15,000 for 16. Club 178, Washington Center, radar contact, climb and maintain, flight level 330, up to 330.
Sounds good, Reese. I hope you had a good time at the tennis tournament. DCA to Islip.
Number 336, Mike Lima, Washington Center, good evening. Delta 971, contact Washington, nope, not Washington, Boston Center, 134.7.
Tim Dog's going to depart out of Washington National, too.
688, cross news at flight level 270.
Tomorrow's first flight is Frankfurt to Paris.
688, cross news at flight level 270.
I think we're going to probably need some Swiss chocolate and an Air Berlin livery for that one. Over to performance.
Delta 1007, Atlanta's closed, radar service is terminated.
Estimated fuel on board for landing is 4.4. The flight plan said, I think 3 and change.
American 179, sorry, 169.
2 and change. 2.6 is what I need to be legal to, unless we start getting right turns or something. So our fuel is perfect. We're all ready for a big VATSIM event.
951, climb and maintain flight level 380.
Information Tango. Not too terribly windy, just 10 knots of wind right down the runway. Just starting to close down a couple of things here, just in case something might have blown up.
Sorry, I forgot to call. Speedbird 442 Washington Center. Hello, climb and maintain flight level
Speedbird 442. Oh, that might have been the Speedbird that was pushing back from the cargo.
Descent via the Raven 8 arrival.
From the cargo terminal.
The Richmond altimeter 3019er.
Alright, descend to Raven 8 arrival, landing west.
Coming up on our cruise. I think seatbelts can go off.
Washington Center, JetBlue.
So we got no smoking on.
JetBlue, go ahead.
And
Sorry about
seatbelts
that.
are
I
off.
didn't remember my flight number. JetBlue 1274. We are 36,700 for flight level 370. Checking in with you.
I am sure happy I'm not the only one that forgets my freaking flight number.
3 miles west of Wilmington, flight level 370. Clear direct to Sierra India Echo. That's CILVOR.
I am really glad I'm not the only one.
CIL JetBlue 1274. Thank you, sir. Aircraft calling out is awful thing.
Well, Amagarosa, you know, that's okay. It's annoying. It's mostly annoying on the last flight because this is my third flight today. We're going, usually the first and third flights are the most ATC intensive for us. So by now, the brain's starting to get a little bit fried, as I think, you know, most everybody is at about this time. So usually when, you know, I'm kind of just listening out of the corner of my ear for,
Yeah, go ahead, bring that.
you know, 441. And that's kind of why it is that I'm stuck with that. It's easier for me to just, you know, be jabbering away like this, but listening over there for a 441 is, oh, I better pay attention. That kind of deal.
Yeah, sure.
On the other hand,
Seabird 442, clear direct to Briggs.
Briggs, yep, that was that Speedbird, that British Airways that took off after we did.
Clear direct to, or actually to turn.
Clear direct to disregard. That would be a good waypoint. Disregard. You are clear direct to disregard. Okay, direct to disregard.
JetBlue 951, verify you're climbing to flight level 380.
Alright, I'll climb now, 380, JetBlue 951.
Thank you.
And
you still want 75 on the speed?
Yeah, 75.
Here's our final cruise.
Thank you.
JetBlue 1959, descend and maintain flight level 330.
Descend flight level 330, JetBlue 1950.
There's JSG Droid getting a descent. Seems a little soon for that, but we're just coming out of climb mode. Let's see what we're doing.
Direct waves, reaction 545. Club 178, clear direct coil, Charlie Yankee November. Clear direct coil, 578.
Okay, cruise mode.
Washington Center, Cessna 936 Julie call.
Cessna.
Oh, wait a minute. They sent me to flight level 310.
Yeah, 936 Julie call.
We may not be climbing any higher than this.
PK Air Parts looking for
I have a feeling this is our final. Let's change it.
6 Juliet Golf, clear to the Raleigh Executive Airport via direct maintain. You can just maintain 5,000. Departures with.
There we go. So 217 miles to top of descent. We'll be descending in about 30 minutes.
Climb to maintain 5,000. Departures with you and squawk 0071 for.
And in a very, very cool cockpit here.
6 Juliet Golf, your reback is correct. You can advise number
What
1
a great office. Tim Dog, this is your 4th flight. You're working from home today, so you did a couple of flights offline. Tim Dog did the MD, the Mad Dog, the 777, and the MD-11. Yeah, see, you know, if it's your 4th flight, you want an Airbus, right? You want this Airbus, especially if you're going to be in VATSIM.
Crest Big at flight level 210.
Especially if you're going to be in VATSIM.
American 5522, descend via the Deal 3 arrival, landing north, the Baltimore altimeter 3018.
Descend via the Deal 3 arrival.
Okay. We did not file a star, so they're not going to tell us to do that.
Washington Center,
we know it's going to be
November
runway
Tango at 8,200,
24.
climbing 12000 direct, storming out of Raleigh.
November 504, November Tango, Washington Center, climb and maintain flight level 370.
I think all
Up
is
to flight
right.
level 370, for November Tango.
So 7,000 foot
United
runway.
441. Stand by, we're going to be on that altitude for a little bit.
United 441, we could make this our final if it helps.
United 441, that'll work out. Climb and maintain flight level 350.
Flight level 350 for United 441. Up, up, and away. Dazer Racing just came in on follow. Hi, Dazer Racing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Ooh, getting dark fast tonight.
Sorry, was that for JetBlue 951?
Getting dark fast.
Hey, for a minute.
5.77, JetBlue 950.
United 688, contact Boston Center 134.7.
Baston Center.
Boston 134.7, 688.
Washington Center,
It's like we're just passing the Raleigh-Durham area.
With 557, Washington Center, descend via the Anthem 5 arrival, radar contact 30 miles north of Castle at flight level 270. Baltimore's landing west of the Baltimore altitude 3018.
Baltimore must have an event. There's too many people going into Baltimore right now. Okay, reset the cruise after I reset the cruise, so that's good.
Juliet, Raleigh altimeter 3018, more than 1 hour.
3018,
Aircraft calling, what's your call sign?
Washington Center, Singapore, flight 70 is
I didn't catch the call sign either.
Singapore, flight 570, Washington Center, radar contact 40 miles north of Baltimore at 14,300. Descend via the Trish 4 arrival. Expect the visual approach to runway 33 left.
People on the right side of the plane get a good nice coastal pictures. How did that change my fuel? Okay, final reserve and alternate is 2.6.
That was 3977. The Washington altimeter is 3018.
EFOB is at 66.3.
National altimeter 3018.
Okay, 3018. Southwest 3977.
How did that number get in? I didn't punch that number in. It was at 7.7 earlier. The computer is definitely confused. I'm at 5.2. We're going to have to do this manually. So 2.6 is when we freak out. The alert volumes. Okay. Thanks, Captain Chris.
Visual to runway 23. Fly heading 050. 050 and
And there's our cruise. ETP, equal time point, almost halfway there.
United 1709, runway 1 center, taxi via Charlie Zulu Yankee 9er. Charlie Zulu 9er. It's going to be Charlie Zulu Yankee 9er.
Okay, we're going to have to watch out for that. Because something's really tangled up in our fuel prediction. I know that I forgot to put that number in, but it should have just resorted.
Aircraft calling for clearance.
It should have just gone to fuel on board, not this other thing. That's really weird.
With 557, expected visual approach to runway 33 left, Baltimore altimeter 3018.
Visual 33 left with 557.
Baltimore, no fun at all. especially if you're trying to do a cargo flight up to Boston and you get to sit on the ground for 2 hours. I'm not still bitter about that.
Standby, United 441, descend and maintain flight level 330.
Now 330 for United 441. So the rave says there's a bug with the Phoenix in certain variants of the IAE. So that's got to be that bug. Fuel prediction page should figure itself out after a while. We're good just looking at our basic numbers, you know, on the flight plan, final reserve and alternate. And then just what's on, you know, fuel on board here. So it's no reason to panic. But it's nice to know, thanks Rave, for saying that there is some sort of a bug with that. Especially when you're getting ready to do a really, really big, crazy VATSIM event. Why am I am in kilos? Actually, there were some of the old, the United jets, the Airbuses that they flew in kilos. And I believe this airplane, the livery is, you know, when you get a livery, it sets all of those things. Was, you know, what kind of instruments did you have? What kind of extras? You know, did you have the optional foot warmer button and that sort of thing? Or brake fans? But also, if they flew the airplane in kilos. Plus, I'm generally flying all of my buses in kilos. The only thing I'm flying in pounds is old McDonnell Douglas airplanes and Boeings. Okay. Thank you for being loud and obnoxious. Darren. Oh, yeah. We absolutely have. In fact, the Philippines is usually our jumping off point for...
No, get out of here for real.
Is our jumping off point for KITAC. So whenever we're doing the KITAC heart attack.
Yo, who's the volunteer guy up on the frequency?
What's this? Is there somebody being weird? Is something going on? Uh-oh. Let's see how late we were. United Ops. We were 2 minutes late. Okay. 2 minutes late. So,
739.77, contact
ADC delay.
119.85.
2 minutes.
American 5522,
OTH.
contact 119.85.
And our excuse was late space.
E2 Singapore 570, contact Potomac approach 119.85.
Pizza space.
118.52457, have a great night. 2. And Swiss 557, contact Potomac approach 119.85.
Late pizza
1985,
delivery.
Swiss 557.
Send
United
it.
441 cross, Briggs at flight level 210.
Briggs at flight level 210 for United 441.
And attention aircraft on the ground at Dulles, DCA, Baltimore, Richmond, or any airfield covered by Potomac is online 119.85.
21,000 feet at Briggs. And insert.
American 545, descend at pilot's discretion, maintain flight level 290. Pilot's discretion down to 290.
So now we know we're good to 210. So that's set in there.
Alpaca 33.
There is a top of descent
Dash
hockey stick for Briggs. Over to performance.
JetBlue 195, what's your...
75 miles to that, and we're ready to go. Canuta says beer cheers, pizza, and alligators. Okay, we're good to go with
All right,
that.
Seabird 442, descend and maintain flight level 330.
Information uniform still on runway 24. We're good to go with that. Fuel prediction is still a little wonky here, but we've taken a look at that, and I don't think that we're going to run out of fuel, so let's just fly along acting like we know what we're doing. Captain Chris. Oh, you mean going up and down? Well, it's VATSIM. Actually, we climbed.
All right, I'm sorry. Last check, I'm calling. You came in.
Then we climbed to our final cruise that we filed, and now we've started going down. My guess is that they're bringing everybody down to a certain altitude to bring us in. There's a lot of people are going to go into this airport tonight.
Unfortunately, I don't cover Philly. You can continue to come 122.8.
What? You don't cover Philly?
And the individual asking for a release, I'm sorry, sir. What's your call sign?
Cessna 936 Juliet Golf.
Okay, here we all are.
936 Juliet Golf, roger. Release for departure. Void if not off by 0020. If not off by 0020.
So we've just passed the Richmond area. There's Washington, D.C. right off of our left wingtip, and we're coming in up here. Islip has 17 airplanes set to arrive right now. I figured there'd be a lot more on this one.
Contact you if not off
3 sitting on the ground.
Heading 360, and I'll be back with you.
Islip, not Islip. I just see the I in there, and I just mispronounce it. It's Islip, not Islip. Okay, did this, let's see if they bought our excuse. United Ops, ADC received. Okay. It was either that or we didn't have any Colombian coffee. And really nice views.
Beeper 442, cross brakes at flight level 210. Cross brakes at flight level 210, speed at 210.
And then the Washington area and the Potomac is just right up there. It's like about 50 miles and we can start our first little descent.
Via the captain's arrival, landing north Richmond, altimeter 3020.
Richmond.
Via Caps 3 arrival, American 545. What's the altimeter again? Richmond, altimeter 3020. 3020 for the altimeter, American 545.
There's an awful lot of nice ATC. We got Richmond, Baltimore. Everybody seems to want to go to Baltimore tonight. Had a couple of RDUs. A little bit of ATC in Canada. Mostly it's the Northeast area. Phoenix and San Diego and Denver have Tower. That's about it. I imagine everybody is also starting to, circle the wagons and get a good night's rest for Cross the Pond coming up. Looks like we're going to just have ATC all the way in there today.
Washington Center, Cessna 936 Juliet Golf through 1,500 for 5,000.
936 Juliet Golf, radar contact around 20 miles west of Fayetteville, 1,600. Clear direct to Raleigh Executive, and you can climb and maintain 5,000 at your discretion.
Up to 5,000 at pilot's discretion and position check, 6 Juliet Golf.
All right, I think we're actually Mighty Morph. It's the 26th.
350, 4 November Tango.
So we'll be starting at about 9 a.m. Eastern time in the U.S. I think my departure time's 1200 Zulu. Let's see.
JetBlue 1274, descend and maintain flight level 330.
1242 Zulu, Berlin to Chicago. Berlin to Chicago. It should be a really nice approach coming in tonight, too. So we've got options. We can do Lufthansa. We can do a United. There's actually no direct service on this particular route. You have to go to either Frankfurt, Paris, or London out of Berlin to get to Chicago. But we've got nice sceneries for both airports, except, of course, for the taxiways in Chicago, because, the taxiways in Chicago. Be nice if somebody would actually, do a fix file or something for the taxiways before Cross the Pond, so that they actually matched our charts. That would be kind of cool. That would be extremely cool. Free Lethal, welcome to you. Would it be a good event for me? I'm starting to be more fluent on VATSIM, and I know how to fly the 777 as holds and direct twos. You know what, Free Lethal? I say give it a shot. I say give it a shot. How long have you been flying on VATSIM now? That's question number one. How long have you been doing that? Couple of months now? At least? And you know how to fly your 777. You could do a hold. You could do a direct two. Those are two good things you could do. So, yeah, tell me about how long you've been flying on VATSIM. And then I got one more question after that for you. It's always good that you haven't been yelled at. Hey, Maloney, welcome in. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. Welcome, welcome. Coming into Islip. Recently is 3 weeks. You have about 50 hours. Okay, next question. So let's say you go and you get a departure time. Let's say you're going to do my flight. Okay? So let's say that you're going to do Berlin to Chicago. And let's say that you have a departure time of 12:42 Zulu. Do you think that you could have your airplane ready for push and start 10 minutes before your departure time? Can you get everything? Can you plan ahead? Get into the sim, get on VATSIM, get your flight plan filed, and get everything done so that 10 minutes before 12:42 Zulu, so in this case 12:32 Zulu, you can get on the microphone and say, "It's Free Lethal, I'm ready for push and start." Hi DMK, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Captain Chris, there have been some updates for X-Plane 12. And 7 miles for top of descent. I say it's time to press the button.
Washington Center, good evening, American.
We have started our descent. Okay, in that case, Free Lethal, give it a shot. I say give it a
Yeah,
shot.
I feel the same way, American. 2213, Washington Center, radar contact around.
I seriously, give it a shot. I think you're ready. It's going to be a little bit. You're going to have a couple of little rocky spots here and there, but it's not going to be that bad. It really isn't. And constraints, Briggs, flight level 210. Down we go. You saw that was still in the booking, so Free Lethal, if you're ready to get a booking, did you express interest? Do you have a booking time that you can go and do that?
JetBlue 1959, contact New York approach 134.55.
Over to New York reverse, 13455, JetBlue 1959.
American 545, contact Washington.
13455.
100.85, American 545, letter skater. There.
Refresh. Let's do arrival data. Information uniform. Still on runway 24. Altimeter 3011.
4 November Tango, climb and maintain flight level 370.
3011 on the altimeter.
Rouge 1750,
On Barrow.
Barrow.
Temperature is 10 degrees. Winds. The wind is 230 at 4. 230 at 4 knots. Transition level is 180. 234 at 10 knots. Is that it? 230 at 10 knots. I don't think that went in correctly. It didn't. 230 at 10. Can I type the numbers in, please? There we go. Barrow. They're using the ILS, so the minimums at Islip for runway 24 are 299 feet. I'm going to go config 3 landing, back to performance, tell GPWS we're landing with flaps 3. Everything looks good to go there. Okay, that looks great. And performance, I think it's good. Hey, Kevin, welcome aboard. I messed up the winds bad, didn't I? Free lethal. So I got my main game here. That's what you see right over on this monitor. You know, I got a monitor right over there too. Look what's just right off to the side. Free lethal. I keep this right over here, so I got all my frequencies. I can come down here and KISP ATIS, click it like that, and there's the ATIS, and it's just right off to the side of my cockpit, so it's right in front of me. That's not cheating, that's smart. Check the VREF. It's really high for an A319. VREF, because my fuel, I think, is being bratty. 163. Yeah, I think that my fuel is off. But I think you're right, Nick. I think it's a bug in here because right now, if you look over at fuel, it shows that I have 26.8 is my fuel on board for landing. The zero fuel weight is off. I don't know why it's being so weird. So we may be coming in hot. Hey, Fryock, welcome aboard.
Climb and maintain flight level 370 and your radar contact 6 miles west of Vegas.
That's right. That's another fast way to set your frequency when you've just run out of time. Fryock, this cockpit is really nice. It is a great cockpit.
November 936 Juliet.
What a great
contact,
office.
Raleigh approach 124.905.
124.905. Thanks for the patience. Later.
Clouds are looking nice tonight, too.
United 1709, clear direct Robbinsville, Romeo Bravo Victor.
Robbinsville.
United 1709, clear direct Robbinsville, Romeo Bravo Victor.
So if you do get one, if you do get a slot free lethal, you know, one of the things you can do is when you finally go in and it's time to file your flight plan and get ready to depart, one of the things that you could do is you could, in the remarks, you could type in there, this is my, you know, my first cross the pond.
Your radar contact, give it,
you know how we talk about if you're new on VATSIM to put, you know, like new on VATSIM, you could type, you could put in your remarks, first time across the pond. Nothing wrong with that. And we're going to hit flight level 210 at Briggs just fine. Yeah, so free lethal. Give it a shot. If it gets to be too much, if you just get overwhelmed, you know what you can do? You can disconnect. The disconnect police will not come breaking down your door. Boy, we're the disconnect police. We understand you were on VATSIM and you disconnected. I'm sorry. We're going to have to take you downtown for questioning. That's not going to happen. Seatbelts.
United 441 contact, New York approach 134.55.
134.55 now for United 441. Thanks. Have a great weekend.
Center, good evening. American 713 with you. Climb in 19,000 to 21.
134.55.
Landing 24. Thank you. Pilot Club 73.
New York approach. Hello there from United 441. We are at flight level 210 at Briggs with information uniform.
United 441, New York approach. You can expect the visual 24.
Expecting the visual for runway 24, United 441. Hi, Ryan Normal. It scared me you thought the disconnect police were really there. Tim Dog is departing out of DCA. Tim Dog, are you doing the river departure? Oh, yeah, it looks like you're doing the river. Tim Dog, happy landings. Didn't mean to scare you about the disconnect police.
New York departure, Pilot Club 23 on the ground at White Plains.
Should be a nice arrival into Islip. Free lethal, expected to be. Expected to be. So here's the strategy. So let's say that you get that. Let's say that your departure time.
23. I don't control
that you filed. So what you do is, if your departure time was 1935 Zulu, you need to be sitting down at your computer at 1835 Zulu and have it powered up and the sim loading an hour before flight time. Okay? Hour before flight time. You need to, have your map up here at the airport that you're going to and find an empty gate. So when it's 45 minutes before flight time, you're on VATSIM at your gate, powering up your airplane, checking the ATIS, and calling for your clearance and getting ready for that. Now, we're departing from Europe, which means we're going to be able to do a lot of CPDLC departures. That's one of the cool things about departing out of Europe. They use CPDLC, so you're going to be able to get a digital clearance out of this, which is great. So that's going to be a good thing. But again, kind of plan for about an hour before your scheduled departure time. That way, you're able to call in 10 minutes before your departure time for push and start. And that's the secret. Hydrospace is going to Dallas. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure at the moment. Not a clue as to what I'm taking. Let's see what the 777 looks like. Maybe the A350, maybe the 777, maybe an A330. Those are the three that are in contention right now. Oh, I don't think so. You already know your other 777 free lethal. So since you know the other 777, it's just an older one. Irvy's going to do the LVFR A340. You could do a FedEx too, a FedEx 777. It could, maybe a Lufthansa cargo.
1959. You can start your descent down to 6,000 long run. Altimeter 3011.
3011, and our descent is now down to 6,000. 1959.
JSG droid gets to descend. Let's come on over here and start looking at TCAS below. There we go. Looking below for airplanes. J-Dubs, the long-haul flight that we're talking about across the pond is Saturday the 26th. Most of the day, and usually this one takes, sometimes this one takes about 10 hours. It sometimes takes about 10 hours because we're heading westbound. The winds are heading eastbound. So there you go. Ryan is, he's taking the 777?
York, departure, good evening, 66364 Papa, just off New Haven, 2005.
Pilot Strawn is back in chat. Good morning. Welcome in and thanks for coming in. Oh, it's more like 2,500, sometimes more hydrospace. It is our biggest events in flight simming.
Maintain 2,000.
Maintain 2,000 on your
Well, I think the A350 is just as good too. Do the whole thing, Mighty Morph. The whole thing. It's usually a little early in the morning here on Saturday, so I usually start a lot quieter than usual. So there's not the usual chattering away and stuff. Just because, in my case, the live stream will be starting about 6:30 in the morning. So, I don't want to be sitting here jabbering away like that.
Number 664 Papa, radar contact, the Long Island altimeter 3011.
Alright, that's 111, Command 64 Papa.
Seattle to Phoenix, I know. No, it's not 6 a.m. for me. That's the time that I'll be departing on Cross the Pond. Right now, it's probably, it's a little after 6 p.m., I think, 6:30. We should be getting a descent down to about 6,000 feet, too. We're still about 60 miles out.
Frontier Flight 621, proceed direct bead.
Direct bead, Frontier Flight 621.
It's getting dark fast. It is 1:30 a.m. for Pilot Strawn. Really nice view of the Milky Way in this sim. It's really pretty amazing. Mikey, yeah, the scenery is so amazing in the sim. The stars are great. Those are the lights, I think, of New York up there. That's right, yeah, I think Tim Dog, about a 10-hour flight.
New York approach.
Irvy, it's 1:30 where Irvy is. It's still early. The party is just beginning. The party is just beginning. Let's bring in the map click.
Jet 10 Charlie, you can turn right heading 150.
Right turn heading 150, 10 Charlie.
Mighty Morph, it is 5:30 p.m. Oh, well, yeah, your day is still young. Shortest flight is going to be Edinburgh to Boston, and that's about a 6-hour flight. Yeah, I bet those got cleaned up pretty cool. You don't sleep till you can't keep your eyes open anymore? Yeah, thing is, where I am, my eyes do start closing pretty quickly, usually about after the live stream. Usually a little after the live stream, I'm going.
Jet 10 Charlie, airport's at your 2 to 3 o'clock in about 11 miles. Let me know when you got a field of sight.
Field of sight, 10 Charlie.
10 Charlie, clear visual or 924.
Clear visual 24, 10 Charlie.
New recruit detected.
Hey, Pilot Strong,
welcome
thank you
aboard,
for the
Agent.
follow.
Stay sharp.
I usually put on a very, very, I will usually put on, I've got a collection of old British Rail videos that I've downloaded over the years. And so what I'll do there is I'll usually put one of those on and go make something to eat. But usually it's sort of like it's time to start quieting down here. Dulce says, rendering and uploading a video of your Antonov flight. Oh yeah, please hang on a sec, Dulce. You need this. You need something for me. Sim Caesar's coming here too. Man, they'll let just anybody. They'll let anybody land here. There you go, Dulce. Please do that. Yes. But yeah, and I actually don't have a TV anymore. I put it in a box about 2 years ago. There is a link to Dulce channel. And can't watch it, but I can be a new subscriber. And I'll check that out later.
Just departed from runway 2.
Sim Caesar's on final. Oh my gosh. I wonder if they're going to let us go down a little bit here.
Frontier Flight 621, contact Boston Center 134.7.
134.7, Frontier Flight 621, thanks for help.
Portugal 825.
We are
9, sir.
71 miles out. Oh, look at this. Our EFOB has fixed itself. Now we're at 3.8.
Bravo Delta Romeo.
So
Portugal 825.
Now our VAP is now 139. So it did. The fuel has gone and fixed itself. Now we're at 3.8. So it fixed itself.
Altitude, please.
Got a much better landing right now. Oh, do you need a new one?
Maintain 10,000.
Hang on, I have to do it on another window. Try it again, Dulce, guys. And apparently, the word Skype is a hard one for me today again.
Set maintain 3,000, JetBlue 1959.
Looks like it worked for me. So it's there. Tim Dog is booking tomorrow morning. We are definitely a little high right now. Definitely a little bit high here. I would like to start descending, but I don't want to get whiny. TFP Fred, welcome aboard. Hi, security man, welcome to you. I don't really like to bug them with a, descent requests and stuff. Nick says that the slots have already gone. Oh, really? That's too bad. We still got about 30 miles.
25C, direct Bravo Delta Romeo.
Portugal 825, proceeding direct to Bravo Delta Romeo.
But yeah, I generally, at an event or something, I'll sit here and whine about it,
6364,
but I generally don't bug them for descent. I think there's a good chance we'll have that, Mountain Man. I think we'll have the passenger version of the 777ER, maybe for this.
Let's go 825. Question for you, sir. May I ask you if we can go direct to Oscar Romeo Whiskey?
It's getting dark in this cockpit. Man, those are bright lights.
Airport Sky 25, right turn direct north.
I was in, I think I was in the MD-11, and I was Lufthansa Cargo.
United 441, descend to maintain 6,000, New Haven, or correction, Long Island altimeter 3011.
3011 on the altimeter, descend 6,000 for United 441.
Number 636 for Papa, contact tower 119.3.
Over tower 193, grade 6364 Papa PM.
JetBlue 1959, turn left heading 270.
Flight 270, JetBlue 1959.
Towers 1193, let's preset that. 119.3. That's right, we went into Chicago. It was, I think I was doing Paris to Chicago that time. This time it's Berlin to Chicago. So, if I could do, there's, what do we have for cargo? Really don't have a good long haul cargo right now. Because I don't think that the I don't think the A306 will make it.
240, JetBlue 1959.
I don't think that's going to make it. So it'll probably be the 777 if that comes out, or the A350. Mountain Man says nope, the A300 will not make it. What if I just put Wilson volleyballs in? And we don't take too much beer. And altimeters are 3011. And 3011.
JetBlue 1959, the field that you're...
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's another one, the A330. I was thinking, well, if I take the A330, you really won't make it, and I'll end up in the middle of the ocean on an island. Well, if I've got a Wilson volleyball, I know how to survive, right?
Pilot Club 73, make straight in run 824.
I know how to survive. Average Canadian, yeah, I did a bunch of cleaning and stuff, in here, and it was dusty too. But yeah, if I do the A330, we'll do a passenger version for Air Berlin. An Air Berlin A330 to Chicago. Ryan took some horses in the A300. So Ryan, was it a serious flight for you, or were you just horsing around? Sorry. It was just there. I had to walk through the door.
Falcon 99, your approach.
Just had to.
Long Island altimeter 3011.
I don't think the A319 will make it.
New York approach, good day, American 1738.
Welcome home, Loviz. Loviz just got home from a real world flight. Happy homecoming. Did you stop off at Doggy Camp to pick up Buster, or is that tomorrow?
American 1738, New York, departure radar contact.
Last westbound cross the pond. Ryan did the A300 with horses.
10,000, right heading 1010.
Well, you know what?
1959.
Tell you what, there. My guess is that takes care of all the naysayers. Hot tub time.
American 1738, heading 060.
Heading 060, American 1738.
Air Canada 8695, New York approach, altimeter 3011, expect the visual 24.
Got some speed brakes out. We did pretty good with the horsey jokes today.
American 1738, climb maintain 10,000, 10,000.
Okay, that was the camera disconnecting. Hi, John DFW. Welcome aboard. And Ryan says you're correct, but you didn't die. So there you go.
Super 442, just want to maintain 6,000.
Welcome in, John DFW. Thank you for coming in today. Good to see you. Well, you know, in British Airways flew A318s from London City to New York.
Calvin at 3,000.
John has installed X-Plane. Yeah, you kind of get some mixed thoughts with those things.
Call 538, New York, approach, welcome.
Cabin's clear. Landing lights. Nose light. Yes, yes, yes. I know I have the speed brakes out. We're trying to descend quickly, airplane.
United 2980.
I thought that was Tim Dog. Tim Dog's the Pilot Club. Even though it's visual, we're going to go and...
Bits intercepted. Intel
Singularity
secured.
just did
Every
some
bit
cheers.
helps.
Astro
Thanks,
Singularity,
Agent.
thanks for doing some cheers. I appreciate you being cheerful, and thank you for a little bit of an extra boost to help keep the lights on here.
2980, can maintain 10,000.
That's another one.
United 2980, turn right heading 060, climb maintain 10,000.
Coming up on 6,000 for us. I think they're kind of looping us out, and we're going to come back. So like a right turn, I think, to come back on in.
Pilot Club 73, contact tower 119.3.
119.3, Pilot Club 73.
And we just went over the runway center line. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to do range rings and an extended center line.
Pilot Club 989, turn left heading 060.
It's been so long since I've been in this airplane. I forgot that you do those sorts of things. And there's 6,000 feet. And about 210 knots.
American 1738, proceed back merit.
Speed brakes. Auto brakes. I know, don't tell JSG Droid. Canutus says to hydrate. Thank you for reminding me. JSG Droid.
441, turn right heading 120.
Right turn now, 120 for United 441. JSG Droid had a minus 55. How about that? That is a great landing rate. Butter all over the runway in the JSG Droid machine. And JSG Droid was that longer jet blue. Canutus, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. And 3 cheers for that. That is a great landing rate. Dem Pork Chops, were you doing
American
a Frontier flight landing?
7000 and contact Boston Center 134.7.
134.7.
Yeah, we're going to be doing like a little right turn around here. Probably get our turn after this airplane's a beam of us.
United 2980 to direct speeds.
Proceed direct speed.
Disregard.
I don't see him. Dem Pork Chops is going into Los Angeles today. Always fun to go into LA.
United 441, turn right heading 200.
Right turn 200 for United 441.
United 441, center maintain 3000.
3000 now for United 441.
United 2980, contact Boston Center 134.7.
Okay, approach is armed. We got a good speed there. All of that looks really good.
Air Canada 8695, depart Cavalton heading 270. United 441, turn right heading 240.
Right turn 240, United 441. Okay, posture check. Make sure that we're good for rudder pedals. Looking good there.
Super 442, cross Cavalton, Aalborg 3000. Seaport 442, contact Cavalton at 3000. Air Canada 8695, fields at your 11 o'clock, 13 miles, advising you have an insight.
I think we're all set and ready. Miles out.
Air Canada 8695, cleared visual approach on 824.
Got 3 airports in front of us. I think ours is the one on the far right, outside of the screen.
Station 7, Romeo Papa, New York, approach, Long Island, altimeter 2011, expect visual on 824.
Yep, it's that one. It's the farthest one up to the right.
United 441, turn right heading 270.
Right turn to 270, United 441. Doing these kinds of, coming in like this with an autopilot like that is just so nice. Irvi says, don't be doing a London again. What did I do in London? I'm always on my best behavior when I'm in London.
Speedbird 442, turn right heading 060.
Always my best behavior. Uh-oh. I guess not.
Canada 8695.
Well, maybe that was the day I was working on my bad boy image. Oh, you mean
Pilot Club 538.
You mean Stansted and Luton? So, hey, even ATC got on the radio and says, hey, that was partially our fault too. We got some bad vectors on that. So, I don't feel that guilty about that. That being said, yep, landed at Luton. Kakaret is back in chat.
97 3000.
That's the cool part. There's so much to learn about all this. We told them that we diverted to the other airport for free pizza. But Kakaret, there is so many cool things to learn about these airplanes. That's the neat part about this. It really is the nice part about flight simming and how cool these airplanes are. Every day is a new chance to learn something new.
Club 989, turn right heading 150.
What's back there, back in 989?
United 441, fields at your 11 o'clock, 11 miles advised, field site.
United 441 has the airport.
United 441 cleared, visual approach, runway 24.
Cleared for the visual, 24, United 441. Mikey, really? Well, this is your time away from the classroom and stuff, right? So, if you'd like to, great, Mikey. You do a really good job. You come up with airports that I would never think of. So I think it's awesome. You already got some ideas of what you want to do? You can. I mean, you don't get to do this very often. You're teaching most of the year, and you've got to devote, your time to your students and stuff. So I understand that. This is it's unusual. Okay, approach is set. I think we're ready to go. Lights. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are set. We are cleared for the visual. Everything looks good there. I say landing gear. Wheels. Hi, Wolf is back in chat. Welcome back in. Thanks for coming in. You can, Mikey. Ramos is back in chat too. Welcome aboard.
United 441, contact tower 119.3.
0.3 for United 441. Thanks. Good weekend. 135.3 is ground. Islip, good evening from United 441 on the visual. About 6 mile finals for runway 24.
United 441, Long Island Tower, hello. You're number two in trail of A320 on a 1 mile final, wind 2304, runway 24, clear to land number 2.
24, clear to land. We are number 2 for the runway, United 441. Flaps 3. ECAM checklist is green. We're ready to land.
380.
Wolfie, the night lighting, and if you look there, just out the window, it's like, wow, check out those lights.
Disregard.
It really is pretty nice. Okay, coming on in. And we are landing 24, hoping to exit left at Whiskey.
Tower, good evening.
Left at
Southwest
Whiskey.
2930 behind JetBlue on Fox.
Southwest 2930, Long Island Tower, low, hold short 24.
We was talking a little bit about doing a quick flight in DCS. It's starting to get a little bit late. My voice is getting a little rough here, so as much as I'd like to, let's try it tomorrow night and we'll see. Probably ought to hush and, be quiet for a little bit. So we'll do that tomorrow. One of these nights, we'll just go and kind of buzz around the Nevada map.
Everyone, 239 Bravo Lima, I forgot about you. You're already contact 5 miles to the east, south,
Forgot.
And you can enter a left downwind. Correction, right
Okay,
downwind
wind is from the right, blowing us to the left. AP off.
424.
Cam's got the airplane. Oh my gosh, that road just off to the left there looks so realistic coming in over it.
500.
Exiting left.
Remember, 9 Bravo Lima, I'm sorry. It makes it a left, left downwind 34, left downwind.
Left downwind 34, no problem, 9 Bravo.
For left downwind 24, 24.
24, my fault.
100 above.
But 442 on visual runway 24.
Light slow.
We're at 442 Long Island Tower low. You're at number 2 in trail of a A319 just passing the threshold 24. Traffic will depart prior to your arrival. Continue approach on 24.
20 retard. Recon.
Blue 42, runway 24 Foxtrot, right. Line boy.
Envoy 24 Foxtrot, JetBlue 42.
At a 441, welcome Long Island. Make a left on a whiskey for able contact ground 135.3.
Point 3, we are on whiskey. Thank you. Have a great night from United 441.
Runway 42 to 12304, runway 24, clear takeoff.
Oh.
Clear takeoff 24, JetBlue 42.
Uber 442, you go reduce to your final approach speed. Traffic is an A320 departing from your arrival in 24 clear line.
November 101.
That felt pretty good.
Roger,
of course,
on departure,
usually
fly
about
runway
now.
heading, maintain VFR at or below 1,400. Departure frequency is 119.3.
Ground is set.
And squawk
We are at
113.
whiskey. We're going to need to go to Sierra and to the terminal.
Copy, we didn't get the squawk code, but on departure, fly runway heading, climb 1000, maintain VFR, departure 119.3. And can you confirm squawk again?
Squawk 1130.
Copy, squawk 113.
There was our loop. Minus 174. That felt good. Islip ground. Hello there. United 441's off 24 at whiskey. Parking at the terminal tonight.
United 441, Long Island ground, taxi to parking via Sierra. Have a great night.
Sierra to the parking. United 441. They call this one Long Island.
November
Long
101,
Island-MacArthur
Sierra,
Airport.
runway
So
24,
they don't
taxi
call
via
it
Whiskey.
Islip Airport. It's called
Bravo.
Long Island. That one
Bravo
felt
2.
really good.
Delta, cross runway 33 left.
Okay, AP was coming up. Strobes need to go off.
Whiskey Bravo, Bravo 2.
Everything else good there.
Left, continue Delta and hold short.
We will not slip at Islip. Do you use the tiller? Yes, up until, so on the takeoff roll, I usually got my hand on the tiller up until about somewhere between 80 and 100 knots, depending upon the wind, and then I'm steering with rudder pedals. And then it's just the opposite coming in as the speed starts to go down below 100 knots. You know, move my hand off of the side stick and down to the nose wheel tiller. So it's about 100 knots. I don't know if that's the appropriate time to do that in those airplanes, but that's when I usually do that. How much floating did we do? Well, we did a little bit of floating. I was going for some butter on that one, but we were still in the zone with a minus 174. Holy moly, I'll take a minus 174. Could use a few more 174s. Okay, coming in over here. We'll just grab ourselves a gate. I don't think United comes to this particular airport. I see a couple of airplanes up here ahead of us. Couple of jetways over there. There is JetBlue up there. My guess is that's JSG Droid. I'm just saying that out of the blue. I wouldn't know. Because when you're talking about JetBlue, you get to make all sorts of silly comments out of the blue. It doesn't look too bad here tonight. There we go. And turn off the nose light. We don't want to blind the ground crew. And the Chihuahuas are back. Always so much fun to have the Chihuahuas barking at us. That's probably pretty good right about there. Parking brakes going on. And we'll turn off the transponder stuff. Do we have an APU up and running? We sure do. So engine number 1, engine number 2. Let's get a dome light up. Next step is going to be fuel pumps. We'll do fuel pumps backwards. And we'll do ADIRs all going off. We can do the beacon. We can do seat belts. We'll come over here, deboard the plane, go to Phoenix, go to ground services. The GPU didn't show up. Will the jetway show up? Hey, the jetway's coming. There's our jetway, and that looks pretty good. And you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 airplanes all in line getting ready to come in here. Pretty fun little event here. Really nice. So tomorrow, our first event tomorrow is going to be Frankfurt Friday. We're going over to Paris de Gaulle. So Air Berlin flies again tomorrow. Always look forward to a nice little Air Berlin flight. Just, you know, just kind of a fun little thing. We've also got Rome to Calabria. I always mispronounce that. And we've also got Sao Paulo, Brazil to Rio de Janeiro, Santos Dumont. 3 favorites. I've got, it says I'm taking the A359 to Frankfurt tomorrow. That might be a little bit big. I think I need something a little smaller, a little sportier. Yeah, I was going to do that, Mikey. All of it. Then after that, maybe there's a little bit more time to be able to do that. Time for me to say a couple of thank yous, as I always like to do. There were some generous gift subs today. I am so grateful. Thank you for some really, really great jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on. Also some really, really nice cheers and resubs. Thank you for the awesome support. Also time for my nightly shout out and very big thank you to the secret agents, the special agents, and the double O's over on Patreon. Thank you for the extra support over there too and helping me to keep all these groovy little lights on. Again, could not do this without you, and I'm so grateful to be here. Also, we've got Cross the Pond, which is going to be such a good time. The day gets a little bit long, but I think we'll probably enjoy that as well. So in the meantime, it's time for me to say thank you for being here. I hope you had a good Wednesday and Thursday. Hope the new schedule is going to work okay with your schedule as well, too. And I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Our normal departure time is 1900 Zulu. We'll see you then. Also, if you joined us over on YouTube, thank you for being over on YouTube. Super grateful for the support there as well. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. What a great time to be flight simming. I'll see you at 1900 Zulu, first thing in the morning on Patreon. In the meantime, as always, I forgot to click one little button there. Captain Chris, good night to you. Mikey, thank you so much for really great flights today. Dult Skites, thank you for sharing you have a YouTube channel. Wolfie, thank you for always putting in pizza and beer cheers. Thank you for being here. And thank you for coming in as well, too. And now this is when I'll do that. As always, please, stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies. Cheers, good night, and thanks again for being here.
You can get like, I don't know what to do for the case, though. You can go to CD Baby, and they'll make, oh, we're getting a raid! Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. 757 Spy, thank you for the raid. We're about to take the Beechcraft Sierra in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, take it on over